I'm thinking that if we do this, we will use the microscope's HDMI instead, so we don't kill this camera. I just connect this to something else on this, because every time I plug this into my computer, that camera dies. It took some time to fix it now when I started streaming. I don't know why it did it. I was thinking that if it's all in there when I start the computer, it doesn't matter, right? Because I usually get it running anyway. Very odd. So I can just plug this HDMI in instead of the microscope.
Conquering School Teacher says, best viewers on web link. Pandatong says,
what does this device do?
So this is a Raspberry Pi 4, meaning it's a little computer. And what we put on here is Raspberry Pi OS. And we can plug it in and play with the connectors on the Raspberry Pi. So it has a cable out, and I've never played with a Raspberry Pi. Yeah, so I bought this cable off AliExpress. It's actually a cable, and it's connected to the connector on the board, right? And it's separate. Let's see if I can unplug the cable there. So it's just a cable into this. And so those two parts ship on AliExpress, and you can play with things. And I have never done that, so also means I've never looked for information about it. Let's put it the other way around, right? So if we want to do this, then we would have to, first of all, get a keyboard and mouse for this, right? Because we can't just... That's why we couldn't continue yesterday. So we need a keyboard and mouse, but also we need to learn what these pins, how we interact with them in the Raspberry Pi, right? So we would probably Google, or maybe we could just ChatGPT it. Maybe that's quicker. We could do whatever. Let's just do it instead of thinking too much, right? We also have the rotor to continue with, but I'm thinking this is more festive for Friday. For celebrating is Friday, right? So let's plug this in.
Just do it. Make your dreams come true.
This is experimentation. We have no dreams or thoughts on what it can do yet, at least. So it's plugged into the microscope, meaning I should be able to go to... Let's see. I can get a mouse while it's starting. Here. So there we have it. Let's get also a desktop screen up on this one. So I'm going to go get it here in the another window. So let's get desktop, and we getting that thing. Right, this is what we want. Let's just add it. I'm messing with OBS here while it's starting. Now we need a keyboard. Oh my goodness, right. We have the 4K problem. The 4K problem of this adapter. It can do 4K, meaning it does. Well. I'll just find the right source for the desk so we can see it at the same time, right? So of course it was at the bottom of the list. The second to last on the list of all scenes. There. So there's the Raspberry Pi. We want to see these things too, right? And I shouldn't put my arm on top of it because we have 5 and 3 volts and everything here. I really like to have the microphone on at the same time though. That's why I did that. This is annoying. But in the post office, I have a new USB converter waiting. So hopefully it won't do the same thing as this does. And they kill my camera when I connect it. That one doesn't, so. And that one also has a 4K problem. I should get ones that are only 1080p, so I can limit it. The one that's in the post office is also 4K. But hopefully it's just AliExpress bragging, right? And it's actually 1080. Can we hope for that? Or is that a bad thing to hope for? I'll stop rambling and actually get a keyboard and mouse. It feels like it's far away because used it right the other day. So, and the Raspberry Pi has 2 USB 2s and 2 3s. So let's just use the 2s. So these are the ones we used the other day. So plugging it in over here. So let's change the title of the stream, right? Raspberry Pi. I'm sure I typed all letters there. So now I can type stuff into there. I need a preview though, so let's open up that on the left screen. Though I think I need it like this doesn't help, it's just tiny. It helps a bit. Not really. Before you start using it, there's a few things to set up. Where's the mouse? It's so far to scroll. I will never want 4K. This is horrible. If you're using a Bluetooth keyboard or mouse. Country. My goodness. Seriously, people. So I know I cheated before. Let's cheat again. So we do have OBS here, right? Meaning I can just I can change the settings for this, hopefully. It's actually set to the resolution of 1920 x 1080. And still we get this. That's annoying. Configure video. So it is set to be that. Okay, I'll try to read it. It says UK. We're not in UK. It's mostly bright lighter, right? So I've never used the Raspberry Pi first. We don't want Swedish. My God. Come on, I want to click this. Can't I change the language? Okay, so currently Raspberry Pi OS is not okay. So I'll have to select another country to be able to... But I want my right time zone. Oh, there's a check mark. Use English language. Thank you. That's nice. And there's a use keyboard, and there's no keyboard selection. So we'll see if it does Swedish keyboard, which is what I have. So I'm sorry that it's tiny. It's so tiny I can't see it myself. I can hardly see it. Anyway, while we wait for that thing, let's see here. It's already got something else up. I know. I'm just messing with this so I can have a preview up even if I change my screen or my scene. There. So now it's up as a secondary. That's good. So, my goodness. Create user. You need to create a user account to log into your Raspberry Pi. Username can only contain lowercase characters. So, let's call it fix it, right? For now. And let's have fix it. This will never be on a network. Fix it. That's a very easy one, hopefully. It's better than the Raspberry Pi, right? Wi-Fi network. It's searching for networks. Let it do that. So what are you doing, Panda? Working. So I'll just check my messages. Nothing. It won't find anything. This is kind of odd. So we don't want to skip it. We wanted to find networks. So I'm just answering some messages while we're waiting, and I think we could give up. Is there a way to give this an antenna? We can plug in a good Wi-Fi card. So there. So just my kid's school was wishing him Happy Lucia, which is the day today in Sweden. We put like candles in the hair and walk around dressed as Santa Claus and other stuff. Reindeer. So let's give up, right? We don't get anything. So what do we do next? There's no next. There's the wrong mouse. I'm trying to click on. So if we go back and go next. And there's no list of Wi-Fi's, so It's not like we have a connector for anything here. Right, let's plug the network cable in instead. Let's skip Wi-Fi. That's why we have this. So let's go back again, and this time I will probably detect this instead, right? So what's the next? Choose browser. Firefox. To uninstall the unused browser. Well, it can be there, I guess. So this is an 8 gig card, SD card. I think it's an 8 gig, yeah. Update software will now be checked and updated. That's why we plugged in the network cable. Come on. So, while it's checking for updates, we're going to hop over here, and now I still have it up on my screen because I use it as the preview is what I'm previewing. Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi cable connections. Oh, I misspelled it. Let's click the one that's correctly spelled. So no, this is nothing. And also we maybe want some images to see what they really mean. We want this connector and the cable from there. Nothing else. So here we can see a camera connected. So here we're going the right way, right? This is the cable, but not the right thingy. We want to do our own stuff with it. So here's a Raspberry Pi cable. That's what I've got. So here they're connecting stuff. But also I don't want a video, right? Is this not a video? Here they're doing stuff. And this is what we have. Let's see if that has any links or anything. Raspberry Pi projects. And we have a few ones. We can start with these. But this is exactly what we have here too. So there might be links to like projects or more information about the pinout. We could type pinout in the search too, right? So let's do pinout. And here we have the pins. What I'm mostly interested in is actually how do we access these pins from within Raspberry Pi, and the Pi is going installation still here, so you know. But these are always nice. This is Raspberry Pi's page, their own. Here's information. Let's click a few of these. Here's the 4, specifically the one we have. Arduino forum. They're talking about it too. So we got a lot of info on the pinout. So let's add like project. So projects that have a pinout in them, kind of thing. But before we look at any of that, I'm just gonna click this and start looking at what this is. So they're using these straight there. Since we have it in a nice box here, we don't want to do that. So we have a very nice box, so it's cooling down nicely. It's also not flying around or getting very dusty or whatever, you know. So let's click this. How do we access these pins? And I would really prefer a normal Debian or something, right, on the Raspberry Pi. But since I haven't used, I've only used Kali on it so far. Because the first thing we did was to scan for, we put the Wi-Fi card in manage mode and stuff. That's the first thing we did, and scan for networks. That kind of thing. Kind of what we did yesterday with the phone. How to connect it up. And why connect? The advantages of serial USB. You won't need extra keyboards, mouse, or external display attached. Oh, okay. So they're connecting TTL to it. Yeah, I could have read the image here. It's TX, RX. So if you want it, this is a Pi 2 too, it says. So that's why they only have those connected. So you get a terminal when you connect it, of course. A running screen. Yeah, we're not interested in this. So that would explain how they use the pins, right? We don't want to use them like that. We want to use them to connect something else. Maybe we want to connect a sensor or something, right? And get some data in. And now I would really like to read what the pin out is. So let's go to one of these. Let's go to the one that's actually Raspberry Pi. This on Raspberry Pi Com. So B indicates the presence of an Ethernet port. A indicates lower cost model. So GPIO 26 pin GPIO header, 40 pin. So ours has a 41. So now we're getting to the pin out stuff here. That image should be in this page, so it's kind of a long page though. Let's just click here until we find something interesting. So there seemed to be a lot of information in this page. Let's see. So yeah, I thought so. It hops it's just one file or document or whatever, right? And it just hops to the stuff. What we want to do is GPIO boot mode. What's that? Pin assignments. Okay. And it's also talking, but only on the 3B there. GPIO and the 40 pin header. So this was better than scrolling, right? You can find a 40-pin GPIO on all current Raspberry Pi boards. 254 pitch. So in here we can see it without reading on the board. So, oh, this is quite pretty, right? So let's actually make notes on Raspberry Pi. Why not? So I could do this. So now you're actually looking at my preview of the other view. So that's easier for me to do actually than to find the bottom at the bottom. Switch into the right screen. So it is up to date now. So let's restart it. What we did yesterday is to measure the voltages, so we are sure that it's correctly connected to the Raspberry Pi. So we measured that we had 3.3 volts here and 5 volts here against the ground connection. And it was correct. So it is these things that says here, they're correct. So I'm assuming I could quite easily put the resolution down to 1080p now, so we don't have to get blind from reading to tiny text. So I do have some food here. I'm like, do I have something on my nose? No, it's just dirt on my screen. I should remove that thing. I need some kind of wipe for my screens. I haven't cleaned them since I got them, and they're not new. Also, by doing it this way, I can see actually my... Oh, you will have like a double camera on there though. But hopefully it's not visible. There will be a double shadow of the camera and stuff. So it's taking this screenshot of the already one that has the camera and the clock and the chat, and then it's putting them on top again. So there. Let's actually remove the desktop for now so we can see the full thing. I will definitely... I should have like a magnifying glass instead here. This doesn't really help because it's too tiny. So I can't see anything. So let's see. We want definitely preferences. We only want preferences. And we want screen configuration. And we want to be able to see something. What? Oh gosh, I'm like feeling blind. I can't see these tiny things. So it's 4K on a 1080p monitor. So preferences and screen configuration didn't do anything. Let's just search. Let's Google it. This is the most important thing we need to be able to see, right? Raspberry Pi. Pi 4B. Change 4K to 1080. So where on earth? I'm typing on the Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi 4B. Change from 4K to 1080p. Force 1080p. on 4K monitors. It's not the monitor that's 4K, it's a converter that can handle 4K. Oh my god. If it was this easy, do they think they would ask? We'll show you a list of outputs you have. I'll just click the terminal on the Raspberry Pi here. And the good thing with this is that this is a terminal, right? So we should be able to set the font size. So the letters are like 3 millimeters big, it feels like. It hurts my eyes. It so hurts my eyes. And normally, the only thing that's big, by the way, normally I have 24 on stream. Let's do 30. And do OK. And make this big. This is better. My eyes feels like now there are tiny details that we can survive. But it's still too tiny with 30. So we need more size. Let's go 40. And then we can't see anything when it's getting there. So let's do X. I know I've done this by the way before. Now I'm typing on the wrong keyboard again. It says do this to list all the resolutions. So yeah, connected. It thinks it's 700 millimeters, the screen. With 4K on it. So it's not really what it is. It's not 70 centimeters. And it's not 4K. So X render for HDMI 1 and X. Minimum 1616 it says, by the way. This is kind of cool. Look, minimum what it can do in characters is 1616, or pixels is 1616, and it's currently at 3840 times 2160. And the maximum is 32,000. That's 32,000. Oh, that's so funny. How blind would I have been, felt, if that was what we were doing? So let's actually read what they say. code select all will show you the list of outputs you have. Example from my current. For HTML1 and HTMLX, you can add below to command line.txt. The output name is HTMLAX. Replace X with the correct numbers. And we already saw that on the screen settings there. Add them all to the beginning of your kernel command line. So the kernel command line, how do I change that? In case you have other output names as well, do the same for them. So that didn't say enough, right? So this is the same, right? Yeah. Let's put this in Notepad. I was on the right keyboard, but I wasn't on the right keyboard, so copy. There, and we're going to change this to 0 because it is 0, and we don't know where to put it though. Let's do this. There. That's what we know so far. Well, also the beginning. Video equals. Okay, so we just need one of them. Beginning of kernel command line. This is weird, but Thunder won't work. It will just freeze. Okay, so it worked for us. Config TC is only for the RPI firmware. A 0 effect on the desktop version. So so this wasn't useful. Well, it was. We could just continue asking. We could do Raspberry Pi. How to edit the kernel command line. Knock on the door. So let's look here. This is a question, so let's not look at that. Cat boot firmware command line txt. But we just had someone saying that that doesn't help. Why wouldn't it though? It will need to boot even if it's doing. Let's try it. So using the wrong mouse. So we can just cat it first too. The only thing that's the right resolution is because we have 40 points text. Boot. Firmware. And we'll have to put this in notes, otherwise we will have to redo it again. So, yeah. So let's assume we have nano. And we can edit it. Let's remove the desktop image there. So console. Let's actually also remove the camera so I can see it all. So the one we have, the thingy we're going to add, we put in Notepad here. So we're supposed to have a video. This is what we want. And here we have console, serial, and console TTY, meaning we can also use serial for it. And that serial was on these pins. So it's good to know the default there. 115, 200. Then we have root FS type, FSCK repair, root with quiet, splash. Yeah, so we saw the end there, that we want to put it at the start, which is what we have in our notes. So let's just type this here. So we want video colon. Where did I get the colon from? It's later. It's later. HDMI A 0. And let's confirm this again, because we could see this when we tried the graphical version, which I can't see this really, right? So let's go to screen configuration. And it says, oh, it's A1. So HDMI A1. We must use 1 then. This seems to be the right thing. Let's do 1. Here's the colon. And then we have 1920 times 1080 M at 60 D. So so I changed that to 1, and I hope that's correct, because when we run the command before to check the number, it says screen 0. So oh no. We can't edit it, that's why it's not saving it. Oh well. Yeah, I kinda knew that. So let's Control Exit again, save. Yes. Can we do TXT2? Yes. Yeah, I thought so. So we need to just no, and then we will run this again with sudo and hope that we have this permission by default. Yeah, I thought so. We don't have any other passwords. And there seem to be space in between the different commands there, so HDMI A1. It's also 0 in my nose. 1920 1080 M at 60D. So confirming it's correct again. Every character, we don't want it to mess up the boot. So it looks correct. Now we should be able to save that. So I guess we just exit and try and restart this thing. I'm assuming Alt F4 would work though, right? Log out. Let's Alt F4 it. Why make it harder for myself, right? Alt F4 must work. No? Nothing? There. Control Alt Delete did it. Shut down. It's first shut down since what got its SD card. This SD card. It's been doing other stuff. So it's off. So now we go into cycle of power for it here. Off, on. There I can see power off the RD45 lights going on. So I shouldn't forget the ice cream, right? It will melt. Looky. So, what do you think about the resolution? I think it's still tiny, right? I don't think it did anything. So we had a comment saying this file won't work when you go in UI. I'm very happy right now that I'm more comfortable with the command line than with the UI stuff. I'm trying to click this. Will it do a double click here? That's my only problem with Kali, that it doesn't do that. The only one. I don't have any other problems with it. Okay, it's slow, and I have to use the right mouse. So we have 2 more here. So using mouse on this is not nice because I have to move it so long. Anyway, now we can type. So it remembers history, I'm assuming. So let's instead cd to boot firmware and see what's there. There's something called boot code, command line, config. Let's look at the config one. So display auto detect. So we want to set the display, not get it auto detected. I don't think it will work fine to just change it, right? So what was the file name? Config.txt. Oh, whatever. Let's continue looking, right? So maybe we could just put this line in here. Yeah, so they're doing the same thing. Well, that works for the TTI, and the display doesn't seem to be stretched. Yay. But the graphical login in desktop still does 1080. I think I will need to configure Xorg separately. That needs to be set from screen configuration or manually in config wavefire ini. So we have a name for a file. Let's go back there and let's cd. So we hopped over here. So I'm thinking config is not here, or is it? Is it this config? We're not logging in, were we? Yeah, we were. Well, let's try. There's two of them. Wavefire. We don't have that file, so wavefire ini. So we just create a file. This one just looks like in one of my installs. I don't trust this. So I've been avoiding ChatGPT because it's cheating, right? So I wanted to try the other way, but let's see if it can do this. I have a Raspberry Pi 4B. I connect with a 4K HDMI to USB and get 4K view on my 1080p screen. What do I need to change to make it 1080p? Always. No auto detect. So to force the Raspberry Pi 4B to output 1080p resolution, disable auto detection. Follow these steps. Edit this config.txt file, which is what we just did, but we didn't add these. Add or modify these lines. CEA TV resolutions, HDMI mode. Control-0, enter. So Control-SX is much quicker. It's much the best way to save it. No. I was like, what? Control 0? What's that? So let's go back and edit the yeah, so it was, I was in the right file. It was a new file that we looked at, that I found. Okay. That's good. So, but we would have needed to add other things than we could guess. So let's hope it just works. Okay. Yeah, I switched directories. I'm just going to the very start of this. There. We just do that. And then enable audio. And I saw this value, with the display auto. That's why I used those words. Am I blind? Yeah, display auto detect, right? So I'm kind of thinking we're supposed to remove that one. But let's type the new stuff here. So HDMI underscore force hot plug equals 1. Sounds odd. HDMI group equals 1. So I don't care, we haven't done anything with this one except for changing the font size in the terminal. Otherwise it's just a clean new Raspberry Pi SD image that we could make a new one in whatever it takes to burn 8 gig memory, right? So if these settings are wrong from ChatGPT, I don't feel I need to double check them or anything. Though we will ask about the option that's already there, right? So there is a value present in the file. Oh gosh, typing on the wrong keyboard. Oh, that's so annoying. Right, you didn't see me do that either, did you? Because I was hopping back. So sometimes I switch only on the switch screen and I don't actually click, so I type on something new, but now it's an actual keyboard I need to move to, right? So what I need to do is also let's enable the desktop so you can see how hard it is to type here. And we click here. Alright, you can't see that there anyway. Whatever. So there's a value already there. Now I can't see it because I scrolled. Display auto detect equals 1. Oh my god. I don't really care if I misspell, but that was advanced misspelling, right? And I just thought I'd do that. That was why we did that. Display. Should I change that? So yes, you should modify if you want to disable automatic resolution detection. Change it to 0. The setting combined with the directives will ensure your Raspberry Pi outputs 1080 consistently. Making changes. Let's see if I can reboot the USB. So let's change it. That's kind of the first guess, of course, but still. It's good to confirm stuff. Hide into sudo again. Fuffin, whatever. So we can copy stuff, right? Let's hope it would save that, because I was stupid and didn't do sudo. Let's go down. No, I didn't. I have to retype. It's not that problematic. HDMI first. Hot plug. It's mostly that it's like an uncomfortable position to be typing. You should probably sit better. Equals 1. HDMI group equals 1. And HDMI mode equals 16. There. Now we should be able to access it. And I'm just gonna go in there again to confirm. So let's just, I'm just gonna kill it because that's quicker, right? And my ice cream is melted. Melted ice cream. Let's hope. It must work. Okay, come on now. Whoa. I don't think it worked. For 2 seconds there I thought that my other mouse pointer, this one, was the new one. So let's go back and complain to ChatGPT. It didn't help. Didn't work. I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. It didn't work. I don't think it's the HDMI port matters. let's hope that my hubby calls me a bit and about food. So let's see. Actually, right, we can do another Advent of Cyber today if we want to. We could, because there's a weekend coming, and I won't be streaming then. So if I don't do 2 today, we'll have extra 3 ones Monday. I'll just send my hubby a message. So let's go for the settings again then. And this time I only click once, click, and I wait. Okay, that was quicker actually. So it's even works. So we're going to add stuff. So how come those were the only ones in the history now? This is quite interesting. I didn't remember that we actually added another file. Well, whatever. Oh, that's why. I used the button, right? So it's still open, the file, though we have restarted it totally. So let's go out of here. What if we do like sudo fg? There's nothing like that. So I'm thinking let's just kill all processes, but I don't really care if this is neat and nice. We can mess with it later. So we want to edit it even though someone else is editing it. And we want to add a line. Let's see, force hot plug group 16. So they're just, it's adding a line here called disable overscan. So I'm kind of feeling we should check what people say instead of ChatGPT now, but so which HDMI are we using? Just let me double check if there's like signs on them. It says use 0, otherwise add this line, right? So, but we kinda knew we were using 1, so no, we're using 0. It's only called 1. Let's skip that for now and let's see what it says more. Verify bootloader and firmware. So we just updated it when we installed it. Yeah, so I know if this were to output 1080, we would get 1080 because that's what the microscope does. So it's not the converter, it can't upgrade the signal. Yeah, I'm not happy with ChatGPT. We could just also do the same thing, you know, again. Or Google better. So let's save the new line. Unsure if I actually edited it correctly, so I'm going in again. Disable overscan, and all the other words seems to be spelled correctly too. So Control Alt Delete and reboot. It sounds kind of crazy that it would still be editing a file after having restarted. It's odd, right? I should move it instead next time. So we can move this over here or something. So we can still see stuff. Wrong keyboard. No, it's not moving. Whatever. What else? So we're still in the tiny world. Let's ignore that for a bit, right? Because this is not really what we were going for. Our real purpose, right, is... I'm just gonna quickly check if there's anything in the hit we already checked. No. So this is what we're really going for. Let's make notes on Raspberry Pi and its hardware connection interface GPIO. Yeah, so I made this before. I just cut a few things from the wiki because, my god, I how long have I known UART, but you don't know the words, right? What is actually what the words are. So no Wi-Fi today, that was yesterday. Today we do hardwares. I guess we do a Raspberry Pi here. Which keyboard am I typing on? Raspberry Pi. This is going to annoy me a lot. So let's actually put this to the side when I'm not using it. The cable underneath the mouse cable because it can still be there. Oh, there. Now let's put this closer. Now I can actually type easier. And this is a bit slightly warm now. The aluminum case, it's no longer very cold. So Raspberry Pi, new note, I guess GPIO, right? And let's do Raspberry Pi 4B because that's what we're looking at. And this connector also shows us that 2, 3, and 4 and A plus B plus has this connector, right? So let's copy that and paste it here. And this will tell us the basics. We have 3.3, 3.3, 5.5, and we can clearly see the grounds. And we're not going to change the EEPROM. So those we're not using. And then we have the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I don't see a 12, so 13, 14, 15, 17, 19, 20, 21. I'm actually almost feeling like typing this, right? So why is it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then it's 9, 10, 11, and then there's 13, 14, 15, yeah, there's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. That's the highest one. So is there no 8? No 8 and no 12. So then I'm guessing this is 8 and this is 12. But we're not using them, right? Or this is 1 and 2 or whatever, you know. Doesn't matter at all. But it's just generally interesting to know. So, oh, okay, let's reopen that. Okay, let's close it again. So it just hopped to the wrong side. So we also have this image. Can't click that one. So now you can see it a bit better. Here we have a bit more information about the pins. So 2, 3, 4. And we can see more about them. And here we can see that 14 and 50 is TX and RX. And we saw that on an image connected to the computer via just TTL to USB as a way to connect, not have a screen, just have terminal easily. Maybe we should just do that first. Right? Let's connect it to TTL. So TTL to USB connection. Right? Let's do that first. As a first test of actually using them. So my should we unplug this one? Or should I get another one? I think I actually had one here, right? So this is the one we got in the mail. And that will do. Though we would like pins in one end, right? So we need 3. That's a servo. We got a lot of these too with the latest delivery. I'll just go get some pins. Some cables. vad du vill ha? Laban kanske vill ha både och. Oh, sorry. I talked to my kids so much I forgot to get the keyboard. So we have cables. One gray I found and two with color. I don't know. I think I like to have like, yeah. So it's yellow and green on those two. I like to have those colors on TX and RX cables. I don't know why. Whatever. Let's just plug these in. I would like the microscope now, but since we're using the microscope HDMI for that, let's just see if I can see this. Oh my god, the plastic, you know, it's reflecting the light. So yellow. I really can't see this. So this means I'm gonna zoom. Okay. So we have TX, and then it looks like it's probably saying RX there, right? TX, RX. Uh, 3.3 volts, TX. I can't read ground and 5 volts, so this must be the RX. Even though I can't really, it's just a mess. It must be RXD there. So TX, RX, ground. Meaning ground is a gray. There. Come on. And we have these, doesn't matter which is which, as long as we switch it for the other connector side. Right. So as these were very nicely put, right, we should put this of course in the breadboard, not just having it like this. So these were useless because I made new cables. So well, let's put it over here. And we remember TX, RX, ground. That's the important thing. Let's just check. Maybe I should have checked before. If it's correct, we can just put it there, you know. It's actually ground TX RX. Do you realize what that means? If we didn't have the other pins, we could have just put it there. But we do have the other pins. So I'll just put it over here. There. And we have TX RX ground. So I just made a few long ones. Here's a orange one. So I can see it says RX here. So I'm putting RX into TX there, and then let's do TX into RX, and then we have ground. It actually took a photo. Why? So why is it taking photos? That's interesting. So let's see here. RX, TX, ground, and we knew that was TX, RX, ground. So, a bit of dirt here. Not that I know where that came from. There. So, if we were to kill it, and I'm gonna pull the cable out for HDMI. We don't have anything. We only have this. Oh my, let's connect it. We need a USB cable. So let's get a USB cable. Let's connect it to the computer. Here we have the computer. So we have USB computer, USB to new from AliExpress. TTL fun, right? So we're actually going to use the connector, and the first test we're doing is connecting TTL and seeing if we can just use this to connect. And then I'm going to connect this to first the Kali VM, because this is just Advent of Cyber. So Advent of Cyber. Close. So first of all, the connection. So I have another identical one, but I'm kind of thinking that this one will be separate, and we will need to connect it manually there. So now it's connected to this machine, meaning we can use our commands on this machine, and we'll also probably have a new. Let's see. So my memory doesn't remember the new nice program that we used. So what was it? Also, I need to order pizza. I was talking to my hubby just, he was on his way home. So I'm like, components, no, brain think. So we're going to the commands, maybe no, because that's a CFE one. So info, here's where I put the logs, and here's what we used. So minicom, yeah, so we used minicom. Then of course we first need to check the ID, but I'm kind of certain it will be TTY USB 1, right? So we don't really need to do that. We can just use minicom. And as we have our nice Kali, as soon as I typing in notes, undo, there. So as soon as I type mini here, we will have our full line. Let's actually go into a directory. So let's do make dir Pie and cd Pie. And here we'll run the command minicom, and I'm assuming 1 here, and since I haven't connected much stuff, and we'll do 1 as the log name, and cannot open. Okay, so I was assuming wrong. Let's check the basic stuff then. Let's first LSUSB. So it's supposed to be identical. So it is here. It is there. We can see it. And then we do DME SG. Oh gosh, I need both hands. I can't type with one hand like that. Also just arrow, right? So, oh, it's got 0 again. So I was totally assuming wrong, changing it. It was just 0, 1. I was kind of assuming that since it wasn't the same one, it would have another ID and get a new one. But I'm guessing since they're not connected at the same time, the other one is not connected now. So, let's start the Pie. We have on the desk here this little power cable. Now the red light is on here now on the TTL to USB. So this is just a mouse connected to there. Now we don't even need that. That's so nice. So I don't even know why we installed something graphical on the Pi, because I won't use that, will I? Though we might want to. We might want to. So I do prefer the terminal. I'm revealed as a terminal lover. Sorry. But it's nice sometimes to have graphical. Of course it is. It's just so much easier to communicate basic stuff, right? And this is a good first test to make sure that these are as they're supposed to be. So maybe we should pop up. Let's up over here, and we can put the desktop up here so you can see stuff at the same time. And when we start this, we should get some data. And last thing we had connected was a router, so no power. Oh, I shut it down programmatically, or whatever you want to call it, logically. Oh, this one needs glue. It's opening. Power is in. This is in. We can unplug mouse and keyboard for now, just to have it basic. And we have this connected. And I'm like, this is it's alive right now, right? So now I'm like, why? There, we have a light. There's lights. So the box is new. I'm not used to the box. So it is starting. We're not getting anything. I did read in the config file there that it had 115.200 actually. So it should be good. But maybe not then. So, what else could we possibly do? So it's still starting. I guess it's not that quick, right? And it is starting GUI stuff. And when I clicked the terminal in the GUI, it was very slow. And also the HDMI does 4K on my 1080 screen, so I was like blind. So that's also why I want terminal much more, rather that. than unreadable. So, you usually do Pie stuff? So, what do you think? Will it ever pop up anything? I've never done this before. Connecting anything to the Pie's connectors. So... Oh?
John Rosemary says, "Hello, it's Friday."
Hello, it's Friday. Yeah. So I managed to have 3 at the same time of the desktop on my little... Why? Why? Don't ask me, I don't know. Apparently I just added a new one, and added a new one. Until I had 3. So, this was a bad first test because it's not working right. I'm used to stuff just working. I'm just deleting these extra desktops. So we have less stuff on this scene there. We also have the microscope here if we wanted to. This is where we connected the HDMI. So let me plug it back in. Making sure it's HDMI and not USB-C here. So there. We can see that it's booted, and we have the desktop there if we want to. Also with the full desktop in the corner. So the desktop is everywhere. It's a virus. Am I blind? I have to preview this now. It did do it. Do you realize what happened? When we booted without the cable connected, we got our default setting of 1080p. So apparently when we boot with the cable not connected, we can get what we want. So we were messing with the settings in the config file, and I thought it didn't work. But this might have been the same. I'm plugging the keyboard and mouse back in. So this is not the main thing we want to do with this, because if we just wanted a terminal, you know, we could just SSH. We don't need to. As it's on the network, it still has a network cable. We could just SSH to it. We don't need the TTL. But I want to try these. And why is this not working, right? So this just arrived from AliExpress. But I'm assuming it's just simple cables. It's nothing advanced. It would work. These TX and RX are crossed, because this one said TX RX, and there we have RX TX. Getting those glasses again, just confirming that I'm not stupid. So we have RX TX ground. So these all go through. So maybe it would want more, one of the powers too, though that's kind of like... Why? Right? Yeah, we could put another cable in there. But sending power is always a bit scary, right? Since both this one has it, and this one has it. So if we were to send this from the computer to here, this is not connected. Actually, let's unplug it, because I don't want it to convert to 3 on the other side. So, and then we get... So the screwdrivers keep being in the way here. let's put these in. And let's also put the ground, right? So whatever, where did I put it? Just throw it back here. There's the black one. So into the same ground as this, and into the ground here. Oh my, oh my. How hard can it be? There. So, and then we measure from that to that. Let's turn it on before we start it, so we can see it is 0, and then we plug it in here. Now we have 3.5. So apparently I plugged it into the 3.5. The other one side, I should have 5 volts. So if we plug this side in instead, should have 5 volts there. So there you can see better. So 5 volts on this side, and kinda 3.3 on this side. And if we were to measure these, so let's go with the ground one here, and I think this is the 3, this is the 5 volts probably, 5, and on this side we have 3, and the next one is also 3, right? So this is what we have in the notes. So where did the Pi notes go? We just made them. We started them. So why do I have a hardware in the hardware? Because I had 2 different hardwares, I think. So Raspberry Pi, it's not even opened because it's new. So here we can see the connectors. We have the 2 5 volts on this side here. So it's supposed to be another 5 there. So this one, this is actually 2 then. This is not 3.3, this is 2. Then we have another ground, a few down. So let's see. There. That's ground. Well, let's put this one up on the side a bit. Right, and you can't really see that. Whatever. Whatevs. We could also just measure on these. So I'm thinking maybe we should paint something over these so you don't just put your hand on it like I did before with the arm, though I didn't get any feel anything. But yesterday when we got started with this, so here's ground, here is 3.3. I can just see something point something there. It's dark too. Why didn't I turn on the light? So there, we can see a bit better. So all of these pins, these IO pins, if you happen to know how to use them from Raspberry Pi, the operating system, I'd like to know, because I've never done this before. This is new. I just got this in the mail, as I said. So we know the pins. We know how to connect stuff to pins, and we have some more information about the pins. But we haven't got a way yet to reach them from the machine, and we could just unplug these. We have no real need for TTL. This was just to see, maybe this was the easiest test, right? And since we didn't get anything, we can try it later when we know more, if we want to. But there's no purpose for it, as we have SSH much easier, without less wires and everything. So we haven't activated it though. So keep them away, and I can go in there. So these images, we got them from Raspberry Pis. This kind of failed. Well, let's just say failed, right? Test later. So we could see easily where the TX and RX are here, and that RX is on this side and TX on this side. Here we have you can see it says PBM. So we have PBMs here. So anything else that's obvious? CLK, something clock, something else clock, but they're also normal pins, right? Let's look at their page again. So it was a bit tiny here. General purpose input output header on all current Raspberry Pi boards. And there's so many things you can't see anything, right? So I just put that up for fun. That might be interesting. It also might be in the way. I don't know. Can be configured either as general purpose. General purpose will input, output, or one of up to 6 special alternate settings, the functions of which are pin dependent. So the GPIO pin numbering scheme is not numerical order. 0 and 1 are present on the board. Physical pins 27 and 28, but are reserved for advanced use. So, outputs. A GPIO pin designated as output pin can be set to high, 3.3 volts, that we noticed, right? We had 3.3 on one pin, or low, 0. So, this is good data. So what is high and what is low, right? This is very important. We don't want to send it more than that. So high equals 3 volts. Low equals 0 volts, right? Good to know. And a pin designated as input pin can be read as high or low. Now this is made easier with the use of internal pull-up or pull-down resistors. Pins GPIO 2 and 3 have fixed pull-up resistors. So this is good to know too. But the other pins are configured in software. Okay. We need to know these things. So let's put a dot at the end of that. View a GPIO pinout for your Raspberry Pi. Can be accessed on your Raspberry Pi by opening terminal window and running the command pinout. The tool is provided by GPIO0 Python library, which is installed by default. Now we know a way where we possibly can access it through this. This is a good thing. So we can just set and read stuff via Python, because it's a pre-installed Python library. So Python access. This is really the main point what I was looking for. Now we can just test stuff from this. But we'll continue reading because there might be other important data like this, right? So we need to know a bit about the hardware, more about the software. So if we hop to this one again, let's get the mouse. So I will have to type too. Cables everywhere. So let's move the multimeter to this side, because I'm assuming we'll need it again, right? There. So. Right. Keyboard needs to fit. So. I plugged these in here, but they're not connected to anything anymore. And these are not either, so. But we could at least measure, let's measure the 3 volts, because that's the normal one, right? So we could actually measure pin, whatever it was, 2, 3, I think 2. We're actually measuring here. Let's see if I can actually read this. I want the microscope, but the same issue, my reader is connected to that. We'll just check the pin out. And with the pin out, that's what we were going to do. But let's make sure that we have keyboard too. Right? So very pretty here. So I'm going to type stuff, right? Otherwise it'll be hard to get anything into Python. A pie with Python, isn't that like pretty? Alright, and this popped up. It's time to do the next day in Advent of Cyber things. No, it's 19 and that's when it does it. So GPIO 0, a simple interface to GPIO devices with Raspberry Pi. So now I want to read the code for this. Component interfaces are provided to allow a frictionless way to get started with physical computing. So physical computing is the name for this, apparently. So we can just, if we could copy and paste data to the Pi, which we could have if we had a, yeah, should we set up SSH? I could just copy paste and I don't have to deal with the graphical stuff. We're not going to make a graphical program for the Pi right now, right? So it will be a long time if we ever do that. We would rather do a web interface. I know you've been on for a long time, you can't close down. Let's do it. It will just die anyway. So am I stupid to even use HDMI? We can't use a microscope with HDMI. Could be doing all this through SSH and have a very nice and smooth interface, right? But SSH is not installed, so we have to install it. And I don't think I've done that manually. So let's install SSH Raspberry Pi. And as I said before, I have never actually used a Raspberry Pi OS before. This is the first time. I've always had Kali on it instead. So it is new. Yeah, that's not it. We just want normal remote access. It'll be very simple, you know. It will probably just but I don't even know the Linux family yet. Hi, welcome in. Welcome back. we're gonna add SSH. So probably can click SSH here and see. Yeah, so we know how to use SSH. We just want to enable the SSH server. Oh, we want to do stuff from the terminal. Raspberry config. Interfacing options. Select SSH. So there's actually a program for it there too. I'm not editing a file or anything. Manually. Okay. So we just create a file called SSH. And we have enabled it. We have to do this. Right. I wanna play. Let's hop over to that and click the terminal here with the actual mouse for the Raspberry Pi. And now it's big because I set this font size up for when we had 4K resolution. So well, we're not gonna type a lot, are we? Let's put it like on 30 at least. Because we might happen to boot into 4K again and not see a thing. And that's very annoying. So I couldn't see the OK button either. There. So let's touch the file and reboot and see if we can connect. If it's just all automatic. So touch, boot. We've been in this directory before, boot firmware. That's where we change the graphic resolution setting. Or rather tried to. It didn't work until I disconnected when it was booting the HDMI cable. So SSH. Is this how we do this on a Pi? It will always have SSH installed then, and it's just a setting. And we need to sudo, of course. So let's reboot. But before we do, we just added the file now. It won't change anything until we reboot, right? So I'll delete this preview. So yeah, so we have some data here from the Pi, but we didn't get anything useful. So Control AX. No, wrong keyboard. Control AX. Well, let's just close that terminal. So right, we touched the file. I just wanted to make sure is SSH already up, right? First of all, so you can't see this screen, so I could just I'm going to my firewall on the other screen and I'm gonna check for the DCP here. So that's not where I see them apparently. Actions though. View leases, yeah. So let's see here. What recent leases do we have? 2157. Galaxy. Let's see. So it doesn't have to be recent, I realized. But economy, that is my god, my brain died. Honeypot machine. We have to finish that. Here I have Raspberry Pi. So we have Raspberry Pi's IP address. So it's 161. 161. So let's go over here. First we need to close down this there. Right keyboard. So then we SSH. We should call it fix it, right? Fix it at 192.168, put 0.161. And this probably won't work, right? Because we haven't enabled it yet. It needs to restart first. So I just close my firewall down so you can't see all my settings and what stuff I have. And I'm assuming that this SSH won't work. So first we need to hop over to, yeah, so it just failed there. So let's hop over to this one and let's just reboot. And we can say bye-bye to the keyboard, hopefully. I'm putting it to the side for now, so I can type more easily. There. So I'm thinking of putting something on top here. I could just, you know, have, I don't know the English name for like clear paint. I don't know a name for it. Varnish or something? I don't know if it's the same. It's like for wood, right? Let's, by the way, see. My call last time was 70 past. It's not that long. No, that's not for that. 1858, yeah. Oh, I actually got a call that I missed. That I didn't even see. Okay. So it has started. We know it is up. So let's hop over here and run this again. I'm doing arrow up with the wrong screen. So I'm actually doing it on the wrong one now. So this is with just sudo touch boot to firmware SSH on the Raspberry Pi and rebooting. And we know it's up. So connection refused. So I'm kind of thinking, let's just do ping first, right? So I have 2 Pis, so we never know. So we're getting host unreachable. I don't think it has ping off by default, right? I'm not gonna switch screens. I'm just gonna look at the screen, open my closed tab. There, and go back to view leases. So what else do we have? I think that's, you know, because the host name is Raspberry Pi for this one. And the date of it is the 13th of January 2025. Meaning it's the 13th today, right? So logical lease length. But I don't know. Well, maybe that time yesterday when we first installed. Maybe that was the time. Or maybe first got it on the network. I can't see it. We have so many units. This is crazy. So I'm going to move this tab to the screen that you can't see, but we'll keep it up. But I don't think I will need it.
Mr. Bragg says, "Good evening. What we are trying to have today. Smile, smile."
Good evening, and sorry for the echo. The power ran out while I wasn't here, so that's why I didn't switch ears. So today we're actually going to make Raspberry Pi do SSH first, because the graphical is too messy and I have to have two keyboards. Just a sec. So I don't think we managed to enable SSH by the manual way of touching this file. So let's try the next best. So sudo raspi config, and there's a menu. Oh, wrong one. I need a bit of preview on this. This is why we didn't unplug these or anything. So, and also I had the cable plugged in, meaning we get the high-res one, 4K. So you have to unplug that when I boot if I don't want it, or reboot. So now we're just gonna type sudo. Okay.
Oh, I
Click.
just ate Thai food. I ordered myself chicken
Oh.
with cashew nuts, fried rice noodles, vegetables, and moon mushrooms.
Oh gosh,
It was
I'm
too
so
tasty.
envious. I would much rather have Thai food, but my habit was too tired to go by the Thai food place, and these deliver, so that's why we had pizza. Well, all of us, the kids would have wanted pizza anyway. I really would have liked it best. So why can't I type? The keyboard is plugged in. Is it plugged in enough? And the mouse works, but the keyboard doesn't. Oh, something happened there. So I'm gonna unplug it. Take the opportunity to make the cable nicer. Plug it back in. And now we can type. Good. So, sudo raspi config. There. This is good learning, you know, because this raspi config that's on Raspberry Pi OS, I've never used it before. So, we're going to interfacing options for the SSH. SSH, obviously, would you like to enable? Yeah. It's enabled. So, this seems like a much more obvious run, right? So I'm trying to go up there. It's not possible, so if I tab, there, finish. And let's sort of reboot again. And let's hope that we have SSH after this.
Enjoy your
So,
meal.
thank you. So I'm sorry for eating while doing this, but otherwise I'd have to stop. So let's see if we suddenly start getting pings. We could just have this on instead. We'll see. So it's up already, right? So for some reason, maybe the IP is bad. Let's check in the machine, right? I'll have to open the preview up again. So let's just check what IP it has. So I was trying to do it without actually looking. Why, right? Because now I need the mouse again. Wrong keyboard. Okay. So maybe the cable... Oh, okay, the cable popped out. It's not... the plastic piece, you know, it's off. I need to switch cables, but this is a long one, so... Maybe I'll cut it and make a new connector. We can do that now. Maybe we should disconnect the other end first. So if anyone hasn't made a RJ45 connection, we could do it, you know? We can see the IP was correct. It was just a cable loose. So I'm gonna close the preview there. And suddenly we got replies when I plug the cable in, which is nice. And then we can SSH it. Woo! So we did do fix it as a password. Very secure machine, this. So now we don't have to have two keyboards. We don't even... I can just pull this keyboard and mouse out and be happy, right? And the best thing, we can paste Python code in there, right? Instead of just having to read and type on a different keyboard. Right, I didn't even get to LSLA. I'm thinking, now we know we don't have to mess with stuff too much. So what about I switch the places of these? So we put the Raspberry Pi here. And the keyboard here. So I can type much easier. So I don't eat like that kind of food often. So then it was actually good. It was actually good. So I said like just a week ago that I don't think I'll ever eat pizza again, you know? But here I am eating pizza. It's because I tasted my kids' pizza last time. It was actually not just cheese. It had taste. So, we're done with SSH. And let's put this in our notes, right? So, when we do something that we might want to do later again, we want to put it in our notes. And this is a Raspberry Pi. So basic configuration, and I don't know what it's called even. What's the OS called that I installed? So we did the default one here, recommended. Raspberry Pi OS 64-bit, right? Raspberry Pi OS. Well, let's do 64-bit. It's definitely the same, right? I can't imagine the commands being different. So let's just.
TMJDK says, are they 64-bit now?
I think they've been for some time. And mines are 4, so we're on 5 now too, right? Okay, okay. Yeah, I guess it's just as good, right? So we want to have enabling SSH. SSG, there's something new. So we just did. I guess I didn't even. This is what we want, right? So there. That's it. Setting 1080p. We didn't really manage to do this. Research more. It only works when a cable is unplugged at boot. So I think it's like star to do cursive, right? And we had this in ChatGPT. No, let's open ChatGPT. ChatGPT. And I actually asked it for LinkedIn text yesterday, but I haven't finished it. So this is what we did. So this is what we did. So we also tried so N I don't know if it mentioned it in here. No, because I was saying. So we had other stuff that mentioned. God, this is falling out constantly. Let's by the way, we could actually look, right? So CD boot and CD firmware. Oh, look, there's a command line here too. Yeah. So, not in firmware. It was here with the CMD line. Yeah, it was in firmware. Yeah, so I was just blind. Obviously I was blind. Because it's green, probably, right? A text file executable is not logical. So that's why I didn't see it. So if we nano CMD line here, and there's also a config text. So this is what we added. Just this bit here. So, but this doesn't help because it's not going. It has GUI and then it doesn't work, it seems. So we just copy this. So in boot firmware cmd line dot txt arguments. So we still have the notepad up here, right? Beginning of kernel command line. This is the kernel command line. So kernel command line arguments, right? Well, let's just do kernel command line and this. No. Sometimes it doesn't copy when I want it to, so let's try again. No. So I have copied this several times now. Oh. You know why? Because I selected it with the keyboard, not with the mouse. That always annoys me when you can't do that. So, but it's life. We can live with that. There. So, well, this is what we have about the basic configuration so far. This is what we're really interested in right now. And now we can easily edit files. As we have SSH, we can upload files easily, we can do lots of things easily, right? So let's just exit this thing. Come on. I'm Control-Xing. We're definitely clicked here a lot of times. Well, I think it died. Yeah, broken pipe. So what is connected to the Pi? We have still got this connected. We're gonna continue our research on GPIO and mostly the GPIO 0 Python library, which we opened this page for. And this is why we want to have copy paste to SSH, because we don't want to type all this. It would take all day, you know. So what I was mostly thinking, how do I connect my my Pi and the connections here that we want to play with? How do I access that from within the Raspberry Pi, right? And I think we found a solution here. There might be other ways too. Oh, I'm sure there are other ways, but Python's nice, isn't it? So, component editors are provided to allow a frictionless way to get started with physical computing. And verbal code. So first of all, let's just copy this. And GPIO 0. Let's actually copy this one first. So notes, and I guess we'll put it here. What I'm thinking, yeah, by the way, this one was also by the USB cable that we have now thrown away. Probably bad cable. Maybe. I'm degrading it. Maybe bad cable. So at least through that cable we couldn't burn the SD card. And it's working just fine. And we had to do the same last time, yesterday. So it's not just now. Yeah, so I'm thinking of making a new file for Raspberry Pi GPIO 0, right? And that will just add a file, new note, and I'll say GPIO 0. And there we'll type stuff, and we'll go back and we'll add a reference here to this GPIO 0. So we can just click this and end up with this file. And here we're gonna put the code that we cover from this page. So yeah, so that was still selected too. I was thinking this was still selected, but this was too. There. So we can easily read this code here from it's importing LED and time sleep because we want a delay, and it's setting LED equals LED 17, and this is here then, and it's going LED on and off with 1 second in between. So we don't know what LED is yet. We can't see the LED on the board because it's in a box. So this is a bad example for us, but it is a good example to just see what code looks like, right? So let's look at the next one. With very little code, you can quickly get going connecting to your components, connecting your components together. So let's look at this one too. So Python here, and this one instead we're using button and LED. Yeah, so I'm thinking this might just be a pin where there's a LED and a pin where there's a button. And now I'm curious, and we can disconnect stuff up. But just get a LED and a button, right? I think I have it in my drawer here underneath the pizza. You can advance using declarative paradigm along with provide a description of the behavior of devices and their instructions. So I mostly just read the code, right? And we see and we try to understand it, right? So I think it is the way I said, that if we do this, we get a reference to, we set this at 17 as an output device. We set 4 as a motion sensor device, and we have a name for it, a reference. And the same here, light sensor. So, though I would like to see a bit of they connected them. Because the button, it could be, this button could be connected in different ways to this pin. So we need to know a bit more about the functionality. So, though I'm kind of thinking that we'd have like the button connected to the pin connected to one 3.3 volts being up, so we connect a resistor to ground, and then we connect a button to 3.3 volts. So when we click the button, we get 3.3 volts there instead of ground. So that's what I'm thinking. Pull down resistor, in other words. So see the chapter on source values for more information. Yes, that's the first link, is it? This might be lead button. Lead button equivalent to lead source equals button. Oh, you can even do that. So you can set it automatically to do like an event, like, what do you say? If the state of this changes, this input changes. So though I prefer really having it in clear code like that. And we can also see here what the, and this is like debouncing the value of the button. I don't know. Every data has a value property. Device's current value. Input devices like buttons can only have their values read. Output devices like LEDs can also have their values set to alter the state of the device. And now we're on the Python prompt here. LED is initially off. And it's giving us a reply. And LED on. And then the LED value. So you can read the value also of the ones. Nice and object oriented. So it seems to be like I thought it would work. Here's a PWM LED. So we could adjust the brightness of the LED by PWM. And the pot. And this is an interesting name. We need a list of the names. I want the list of the names. Gimme. So, we're at the very start of it, right? This is a start. So, the library includes, by the way, let's actually do this. And I'm gonna eat a few bites.
The library includes interfaces to many simple everyday components, as well as some more complex things like sensors, analog to digital converters, full-color LEDs, robotics kits, and more. See the recipes chapter of the documentation for ideas on how to get started. Pin factories. GPIO 0 builds on a number of underlying pin libraries, including RPI.GPIO and PigPio, each with their own benefits. You can select a particular pin library to be used, either for the whole script or per device, according to your needs. See the section on changing the pin factory. A mock pin interface is also provided for testing purposes. Read more about this in the section on mock pins. Installation. GPIO 0 is installed by default in the Raspberry Pi OS desktop image, available from raspberrypi.org. To install on Raspberry Pi OS Lite or other operating systems, including for PCs using remote GPIO, see the installing chapter. Documentation.
And it said it was pre-installed on the Raspberry Pi page. That's why we went here, right? So I don't think we need to install it at all. I want to see the objects. API, I guess. Here. And the classes. Button. This is just an example. So bounce time. It has it built in. Lots of nice functions. Functionality. Pull-up. So you don't even have to set your own pull-up resistor there. You can just set it to the pin to a default. And that's where we read about see if I can use tab. We'll have too much food on the keyboard. So we read here that GPIO 2 and 3 have fixed pull-up. And other pins can be configured in software. But you never know how strong these are, but maybe this Raspberry Pi is like a powerful thingy. So it should be good enough, right? Extends, smooth, and input device. Smoothed. TRCT 5000 line sensor. And was this what we saw used? Not here. MCP 3008. So there's lots of devices. Is there not like a list of them? You can't expand this. That's kind of annoying, right? If you just want to see the higher level and not see all those sub thingies. So I'll have to just scroll through it. Motion sensor, light sensor LDR, rotary encoder, oh, here we have a imaged. So button is digital input device, by the other ones are smooth input devices. Did distance sensor, light sensor, line sensor, and motion sensor. So let's actually grab this image, right? And put it, oh. By mistake. Oh, it's just a zoom. I was like, I missed my Alt tab and did C and this key, and this is actually zoom, and I've forgotten. So let's put this one in the. Actually, let's keep both up. So here we want like an overview. What stuff exists? So this is called input device hierarchy. I'm assuming there's a output devices. So input devices. An image is always nicer, right? This is really just image text. And then we have, I'm sure, for the output devices, here, the same image with outputs. We'll see here. So this is very nice. And let's do devices. And here we have buzzer LED and PWM LED. PWM LED is PWM output device, and these are digital output devices. They're all output devices. We have an angular servo, which is a servo. We have a motor, phase enable motor, and tonal buzzer. RGB LED is in here. And these are GPIO. So RGB LED is probably LED on the board. It's not on the GPIO pins. And all these are composite devices, while these are GPIO devices. Yeah. So we'll have to do a servo too, right? Of course. But we'll see what we'll do today. So these are some examples. Source values. Alright, this is that. And then we have pot. This is a pot. I really want to know more about this. So I'm going to search for it in input devices here. Control V there, and I thought so. It's not in there, right? So what does it exactly mean? This is kind of why I continue to look. So I'm assuming this is a potentiometer, and maybe that this is some kind of details on what it is. I don't know. And this is PWM LED, setting the value dependent on the pot here automatically. And this is very cool. This is a lot of, we don't have the code. LED source pot values. Alright, also this doesn't have, oh, this doesn't have a port number. This is something special. The way this works is the input device values properties. It's used to feed values into the output device. Source had to be set on older versions. It is also possible to set an output device's source to another output device to keep them matching. In this example, the red LED is set to match the button and the green LED is set to match the red LED. So both LEDs will be on when the button is pressed. So could you not then set this to button, or were they just showing something? Or is this a workaround since we only can set one per each source? I mean, use these for one source. Input device, custom generation output. Button opposite LED. So we can also do opposite. And custom generator. Def rand, while true, yield rand int. LED 17, LED source rand. So it will just so just fluctuate randomly. Like a light, like all these fake candles. Let me see. Right? If the iterator is infinite, like while true, processed until the source is changed, set to known. If the iterator is finite, unless it will terminate once all elements are processed. Source tools. So let's not dig into everything at once, right? Internal devices, daytime. That's good to know. We have daytime. So time of day, we can set a lamp on and off depending on the time of day. Right? So we just set it that between 8 and 20 we want this to be on. Daytime when activated. Lamp on. This seems a bit odd to me. That it's, but I guess this is some kind of special thing. Using the disk user class like a reference to it. It's still odd. Disk usage, LED bar graph source disk. this is so cool. So very cool. So we're gonna have like a thing behind me saying how much hard drive space I'm using. If I wanted to, you know. Well, or just any value. But we could always do that, like, by ourselves, but it's automatic. Demonstrating the garden light system whereby the light comes on in the dark. Yeah, so now we have a motion sensor and a light sensor setting the garden light. I'm like, yeah, all the projects we can do. Why do I only have 2 Raspberry Pis? Because we could do all of this also with ESPs and Arduinos and Arduino Nanos and tinier things than that. And we don't want big, expensive Raspberry Pis for everything. But it looks good. Comes to devices. From GPIO port, import robot. The value of a composite device made up of nested values of the device. For example, the value of robot object is 2 tuple containing left and right motor values. So it's controlling the steering of a robot then. Left motor and right motor, yeah. Oh. Cool. And controlling them with potentiometers. Oh, yeah. So the thing I'm mostly interested in here is that we have this pod again. I want to know more about this. So let's include the parentheses and just Google this. So, oh. It's not a potentiometer, is it? It's a chip. Where's the data sheet? I must have been blind not to see the big data sheet PDF here. But let's just see. Oh, it's just hopping down. So, microchip. MCP. And we were on 3008. And let's nice. Maybe we want this still there, but we want it bigger still. Bright light. So when will this come in inverted colors, right? In dark mode, dark paper. So 8-channel 10-bit 80 converter with SPI serial interface. So AD converter. I need more information. Sensor interface process control, data acquisition, battery operated systems. I'll not understand this. This is what it looks like. So a fun bit is to program this yourself, you know. It's fun, but if we don't have to, we could use the time for other stuff. And I can get stuck in doing the fun little things that are not really efficient. So we could skip those if we have automatic stuff. The microchip technology. Devices are successive approximation of a 10-bit analog to digital converter with onboard sample and hold circuitry. Program will provide pseudo different input pairs of 4 single-ended inputs. Program will provide 4 differential nonlinearity and integral nonlinearity are specified. So this doesn't tell me anything, okay? Communication with the devices are accomplished using simple serial interface compatible with SPI. Devices are capable of conversion rates up to 200 kbps. I guess signal per second. Voltage, so we're going 3.3 here. Low current signs mid operation typical standby currents 5 NA, nanoamperes, microamperes. This is just the packages. So it is analog to digital converter. So it converts a potentiometer value then to a digital signal. Can't the Pi do that itself, or is it doing it? And that's why we have it, because that's what's on the chip, right? Is this why? Do we have these chips on the Raspberry Pi converting stuff, right? It's turning off. Let's do that. Okay, so that's interesting. So I'm curious now about the MCP 3008. Let's go back, and I want the connection. So I can order these from some Swedish stores here. That's not what we want. Maybe we want that. Though we would order from AliExpress and be patient. So I don't want to order them. I want to see their connection with Raspberry Pi. Oh look, someone else Googled. So Raspberry Pi analog to digital converters. So it is probably used in there. So let's just, we don't want to read all of this. Oh look, here's another image. We can see all the things. Yeah, so I end up on this random nerd tutorial sometimes. So I've been like getting their email and just deleting them for a long time. It's just like spam when you get to money, you know. So look, they're doing kind of what we want. Oh, they're using this. They actually need the chip. It's not on the board. So use a potentiometer here to control this like that. We need the chip. So I might have it. It's not like it doesn't seem like an odd one to have. Let's look a bit. MCP 3008. Just go AliExpress quickly and just check. Did I click delete instead of enter? So one chip. This is expensive. So if we get tiny ones, no, this is just one piece of what? Let's hold lower this. Yeah, so these are kind of expensive. So, I have so many random things though. We might have them if we want them. So I'm kind of used to tiny processors having these built in. Doesn't the Raspberry Pi have any? So if we go back to this article and look here, there's no pin saying that it is an analog pin. So that's probably why these are used. I'm just surprised, you know. I'm sure the ESP has them, Arduinos have them, I think Pigs have them. So, digital to analog to digital. I don't have 877, I think. Whatever, recommended, it's okay. So, pins. EN. Control registers. So this doesn't say very much. Let's not dig into too many details and just go down into something. So I want to make something that functions before I end stream today. So let's continue looking. So Raspberry Pi. Let's do RP, right? And then do GPIO, right? Because I'm thinking I don't want to dig into this now, but I might want to look at it later. So this is interesting, and this kind of, come on. So wiring it. So this is something I would expect it to do itself. But I guess it's more like a PC, which... whatever. So here we can see some example code again. The pot again. And this is like a special, not a normal input line. It's not an input type with a pin number. So, channel 0. So it has a set configuration that it needs to have. Possibly. Since... well, might not. But it says that it is a channel now 0 on this. And... yeah, I want to look more at this in this. It's probably in there in the docs. So, we want to be able to use potentiometers. That it can't is like odd to me, right? Then we were to need a ship. Archiver, document viewer, file manager, terminal text editor, preferences. So here we have the Raspberry Pi configuration. So I have to move my other mouse to this area. So let's move it a bit there. There. So then we can try and find this area with... good thing I can see for the full thing on there. Let's get found where I was. So system, password, hostname, boot, auto login, splash screen, browser, and display, interfaces. SSH is on, right? Performance, localization. Yeah, check this again because I've never seen this before. So boot to desktop CLI, so we can just set it to boot to CLI here. And auto login too. Why would we want it to auto login? So we don't have to have a graphical interface. Have to click around with the mouse. Serial console is also on by default, and we can't even remove it. Oh, the serial port is disabled. Why? So that's why we couldn't use it, is it? So, serial port enabled. Turn on to enable the serial port on GPIO pins. So if we want to use the GPIO pins, then we have to change this, right? So now we know why we couldn't use it, because it was disabled. And also I'm kind of thinking maybe we should keep it going to the desktop. As long as we're not there, right? It takes resources, but this is just a test, so it doesn't matter. And if we really want a slim machine, we wouldn't install it anyway, right? This is just a test machine. It might be good to have that option easily available. Though I'm thinking these options will be available in the CLI one too. Overlay file system. Case fan. There's no such thing. The GPIO. We can set the GPIO. Alright, so if we enable the fan, then we can access this. Click here. Locale, time zone, keyboard. Set keyboard. And let's say set the layout to Swedish. So I tried. Oh, it's just a very long list. There, so we have Swedish keyboard on. There. So that's good to have. Keyboard. I don't care about any other settings there really. Reboot it. Do you want to reboot now? Yeah, and let's check my configuration. So I'm going to close these previews. So we found this very nice document, and as soon as we found the GPIO 0 here, we hopped into this and read, and we also have put some information about it in our notes. And these are just some simple examples. With the help of these images though that we have here, we can see that this pin number 2 here, or any pin really, we could use them for data. And if we look at this, we have here all the pins easily accessible, and we're currently measuring here the value of pin 2. So maybe we should start with pin 2 so we can see if this changes. We can just set pin 2 to something else. But the first thing we need to do is to hop over to this machine and confirm that we actually can use this GPIO 0 in Python. So before we do this, let's actually hop back here and see if there's any more information. Permissions I see here. So view a inputs. Yeah, so we have checked that it's 3.3 and 0 volts. We can use internal pull up and pull down. GPIO 2 and 3 are fixed pull ups. And while connecting to a single component, so GPIO is safe. Be careful when you wire things up. LEDs should have resistors to limit the current passing through them. Don't use 5 volts for 3.3 volt components like this. Do not connect the motors directly to the GPIO pins. Instead, use a H-bridge circuit or motor controller board. So we have a suggestion here. So I guess we will allow the cookies for Raspberry Pi work using motors. So we're not currently using motors, but this sounds fun, right? So of course we'll have to connect everything carefully. Right now we just want to be able to see that we can change the value of a pin. Also we tested, our first test was to try TTL to USB, as we saw an example of, and it didn't work. And then we noticed that in the GUI we could see that the serial was actually off. So that was why.
When Insomniac says, best viewers on web link.
That was a cool username actually. Too bad it was just an ad thing. So don't click it. Permissions. In order to use GPIO ports, the user must be a member of the GPIO group. The default user account is a member by default, which is us. Other users must be added. So we don't need to do anything. GPIO paths. The GPIO connections on the BCM 2835 package are sometimes referred to as peripheral data sheet as paths, a semiconductor design term meaning chip connection to the outside world, not word. The paths are configurable. CMOS push-pull output drivers, input buffers. Register-based control settings are available for internal pull-up, pull-down, enable, disable, output drive strength. Okay. This is just another place in this document, I believe. Yeah, it's further down. So let's just skip that. Input trigger filtering. Current states, all GPIO pins revert to general purpose inputs on power on reset. So they're all inputs as default. The default post states are also applied, which are detailed in the alternative. So this is a good thing to have in our on reset. We have this. Though we will set everything right. Most GPIOs have a default pull applied. Details. So pull states. Right. Let's just leave this. We don't need it in our notes because we will have to check it anyway, right? Or set it rather. Each GPIO pin, when configured as a general purpose input, can be configured as interrupt source to the ARM. Okay, so inputs can be interrupts. Several interrupt generation sources are configurable. Oh, so it reconnected the TTS. Level sensitive, high, low, rising, falling edge, synchronization, rising, falling edge. Yeah, so let's not read all of it, right? So what am I mostly looking for now? Is there anything else here that we want? Industrial use. So oh, PCIe connector. So power button. Oh. The J2 jumper is located between the RTC battery connector and the board edge. To break out allows your own power button. Raspberry Pi 5. So mine is a 4, so it doesn't have those. Power supply. PoE. Yeah, we don't need to read all of this, you know. Let's just say we got enough data. Physical computing. This is motors. If we do motors, let's do something, you know. What I mostly was looking for was if it said any other ways than Python to do it. But I guess Python is kind of the way, right? So let's just quickly look at this. Well, that's cute. Do you see how big these LEDs are? It's on the breadboard. Those are like 1 centimeter ones. So, oh look, they have like cute little examples. And these are not even using any data. Here they're using data. So we have a breadboard, but what we need though is some resistors, some stuff. Let's see what I did have in this one. There's actually a resistor in here. And a LED too, but it's an ugly one. Let's see, what else do we have? Let's go full this, right? So there's a yellow LED in here. Let's get some components to get started. So I'm thinking I had another breadboard with some LEDs on it and some more stuff. So there's a bunch of CDs. I need to decide if I'm just gonna throw them out. Zo. It's just like cars. This is LEDs. So let's get some LEDs. These are ugly ones, right? We don't need that. We don't need this. I have more easily accessible stuff, I'm sure, in the drawer there. Yes, I really think most things are in here now. But this one has a easy button and another resistor too. And we also have this photoresistor. That could be fun. There's a LED, and this is a LED with actually a resistor on it. So I have obviously used this to see if it's powered, right? So there's a resistor in this. So if we connect this to this one, first of all, can you see? So let's actually do this too. And put up that, and let's zoom there, right? So let's put So I'm disconnecting these because now we're going to be connecting. I don't have a preview. I need a preview. There. Blurry. So we want the 3 volts. And it's actually not straight up, that's why it looks crooked. So let's connect this one, 3 volts here, to this. There. You can see. And then we do ground with a black cable. And we can take the ground we have right here. There. So now we have 3 volts though. But that's what we want. So the LED might be a bit weak because the resistor is put in there thinking 5 volts most probably, right? So you can see the bulge there where I put the resistor. Yeah, look, I actually did that. That's funny. Yeah, so we can also see I put the length there. The reason for this is that the short leg is minus, and minus is black, right? So we put the long leg in the red one. And if it doesn't light up, I put it in the wrong direction. So this is just our power indicator now. So if we go back to the desk, you can see the LED being on. And if I were to unplug this one of these, so that we're getting the power from the Raspberry Pi now, it turns off. So you can see that it was actually on there. So we now know that all of this strip has power. Let's actually move this one to the very end, so it's out of the way. Right, so we know that it's on, it's power. If we were to turn the Raspberry Pi off, this would go off, right? It's always good to know. And for me, this is red. For you, it's just white, right? So, I also have this button here. So, if we look at the microscope again, so you can see better. So this is soldered. Since this is a kind of tiny button, the legs are actually too tight to fit a breadboard. So I've just put legs on it that will fit these. So we can put this somewhere else on the breadboard. Let's put it here. And then if we connect this to this, and these two different pins here, or just one of them to like ground, and the other, we'll see what we do. Actually, we'll probably want to have it on this side since we have our power here, right? So we will connect one of these with a resistor to whatever value we want, or we won't, because there's a pull on automatic. So what we would usually do, or what we want electronically, is that when we push the button, we have one value, like 1, and when we release it, we have 0. And to get that 0, it can't just be nothing, you know? It needs to be connected to something. And then what we usually do is we put a resistor, so like, let's put a resistor from one of the legs. Now this is not a very big one, it's just for LED. So let's put this between ground and it's kind of hard because it's soft legs, so I'm gonna use pliers to push it down. So if we push this one into, I don't know how big a resistor we should have though. So these are like good value for actually it's kind of funny because it's the same value as this one, right? This is like the normal value of resistors. It can be anything, but I usually do this value, and I think I'm not alone. Anyway, these are kind of weak and thin, so let's hop back to the microscope and let's just do it so I can show you. So if we push this into there, and if I would push the other one into the 3 volts, I probably wouldn't want to touch both of them, right? Or the 3 volts, because it would get power. So let's say that we want this to the ground. And this is another reason to use the pliers. So I think I can see better with my eyes. So the soft legs, and my fingers are not tight enough to push close to the thing there. So now this side is like connected to ground. There. So what we would do then is we would put a cable on the same side and put this on an input pin here over on the Raspberry Pi. And this would be like, first of all, we're going to just test to see whether this connects. Where did I put that lead? I have a yellow one here with kind of long leg, but it was so ugly. Look at the color of those legs. Whatever. It's not as horrible as it looks, actually. My eyes see it worse. It looks just like they're black. So, as you can see here on these, we have a shorter leg and a longer leg. And we can also look from the bottom. And if I hold it lower, let's actually use this. So I can hold it lower. One edge should be a bit flat. Do you see that? So if we cut the 8 lugs off, we can still see that this is the lower side because it has a flat edge. That is the side that's going to the minus, and the long leg is a plus. The round side is a plus. So let's connect this. This is not what we're really going to do, but just to show you the basics. So as we have minus on the other side there, I'm now going to put the plus leg in there, and the minus leg on the other side of the button, right there. So this has nothing to do with the I'm just looking for a cable. So far it doesn't have anything to do with the Raspberry Pi. This is just basic electronics. So we're connecting this side, this leg here, to, right, I didn't say right, but these are all connected. So this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, they're connected. So when I connect the red cable here, I connect it to that leg. So this one and that one are connected, right? And on these, the long ones, they're connected the other direction. Actually, I'll go get another one that I can pull the bottom off. So let's see, what does this look on the other side? So here you can see the metal connections. So let's go microscope, I guess. This is what they really look like underneath. The long side ones look like that. And the others are connected in the other direction. So this is what the breadboard looks like inside. There. So this is looking like that underneath, and this looks like this. So that's it. Very easy. Logical, right? So our LED is still on over there. We still have power from the Raspberry Pi. If we wanted to turn it off for a bit, we could just unplug these. There. So, but let's build our thing finished. What we have left is to plug this red cable here into the power. Where we can see here, I have marked them with red and black. So this one here, this is power. Meaning, what happens now, I need something tinier to point with. So the power goes from here over to this point and through underneath there, up this leg, through this, and down this leg, through the button that's not pressed, so it's not bleeding electricity right now. And then if I don't push it, so I shorted it now. I shorted the leg and the resistor, and then the button, it goes over here through the resistor here. So if I click the button now, it lights up. Do you understand? Let's see if I can make it higher up so we can see more of the view. So this cable, this is not connected to anything yet. So we only have the LED and the resistor over here. And really it should be more like that, right? And I'm showing you nothing, so there. Now we can see it, right? So if I were to short these two, that leg and the resistor, if I manage, then we also short it, but the button is easier, right? I press the button and we get this. So this is the current one, and this is in the way. So we still have power. If you click the button now, it lights up. But what we really want is, we don't want the LED here. We want the LED on another one and pass it through. So maybe we want the LED to go on and off when we push the button, right? Add some logic to it programmatically. So we would want first to read when the button is pressed and output it to another place, another pin. So right now, then we would just remove this, and maybe I should have this still here. Now we can go and look at this again. So to remind us where we were when this started to happen, I had this one we had a LED between here and here, so the power went through this cable, through here, through the LED between this and this. Then when we pushed the button, it went through here, through the resistor to ground, right? And now we're going to change it. So instead of that, we're going to put this leg here. So when we push this, let's see. So it will just go through the resistor when we push the button, right? But what if we connect something in between? let's actually move the button a bit. Let's move it back all the way there. Right, so we have space. So we can see this is connected to ground with a resistor in between. This is connected to power, 3.3 volts. And when we push the button, it will just pass through. We can't see anything. So if we connect a cable here, now if we were to measure this, let's do it. Let's not say we might do it, right? So let's go this mode. And let's take the multimeter. There. Gosh, it's really stuck. There. So we'll turn it on. And we're going to connect the ground here to the ground over here. So when we measure things, we will get a value from there. So if we measure the 3 volts over here, we will get 3 volts. Well, 3.3 is the value. So now, if we measure this point where the blue is, it will show ground, right? When I push the button, it will show 3. And now it will show 0. And now this will show 3. So this is the reason why we have the resistor. So we get, this is the pull, in this case down resistor, right? So we want this wire to, when we push the button, it should be 1. And when we release it, it should be 0. This is what this does. So we can decide the value. So if we were to pull this resistor out, which is a mess, I don't want to do it, but it would be like a very odd thing, right? We wouldn't really have something there. I guess I should do it. Okay, yeah, so we just have to pull one of them out. I'm pulling out the one that's in ground. There. Oh well, we got all of it. So now, when we're pushing the button, we're still getting 3. When we're releasing it, we're really getting 0, right? But it's it is connected to this, and it's connected to nothing. So it's not as safe. So that's why I really wanted to test it too for myself, because it's a long time since I did it. So we didn't really see anything, but we want to make sure, you know, that it's 0. It's not anything else. And also when it's connected to the board, we want to be even more sure that we set the value. It's not something internal in there that's just randomly has a value. So I'm going to try and put this back. And these are very bendy legs. And I managed to make a kind of tiny place to put it, right? So let's see if I can fit it. Let's remove that one. It's at least there. So this is why I didn't want to pull it up, but I wanted to test it. So I think it's as far down as it goes. And then we put this one here. Oh gosh. I think it's about straight there now. It's far down both sides. So let's measure this again. Then we're actually going to connect the blue wire, which will have the same value as the one we're measuring. Here. Push button, release button, push button, release button. It's going to have the same value as that, what we see. You can see the value here. So when we connect this, we need to first set the pin, right? So these pins here, they have numbers, right? So if we go to the full screen so we can see a little better, we have a lot of them. And we have GPIO and a number on a lot of them. And those are the ones we want to play with. And now we're going to test for the very first time to set a value. And we're actually not going to use our new thingy first. First, we're just going to see if we can set the value of one of them. Which one should we do? Let's do 22. So 22 over here. So I'm trying to get this as straight as possible, so we can see straight when we put the pin down, or the measuring thing down. So let's go to pin 22 here. We're going to set this to output, and well, I guess I could use this hole, right? Because the other one was almost underneath. So now it is connected to GPIO 22. So we want to set it. So for that, I'm going to have to remove my preview so I can see Kelly there. We're going to have to make our first Python program, and we haven't tested this yet at all, ever. I have never done this. So I'm just pulling these out of the way of the keyboard so that I can see something. There. So we can still see the pies on there. So let's go here first. What we did, we did get a lot of information about how this works. So let's say that we want to set it as lead, right? Lead is a basic thing. So the lead, we set the pin as lead. Then it will automatically be a output, right? Because it will set a value of a lead. So we can connect our lead here later. But for now, we're just gonna read the value on the multimeter. So, there are probably examples too, right? Maybe basic recipes. We haven't clicked any of these yet. So, yeah, button, and 2 is a pin here, right? So pin numbering. We're not reading everything, but we had 22 as our example. So they're putting a lead on attached to 17 rather than 11. So now 17 is 3.3 volts. Right, this is interesting. Yeah. This is not the same numbers we have, I think. We have, yeah, so we have these numbers. 6, 5, 17. So this is, the 17 is actually pin 11. So the other image we have. The question is, do we want this image too? This is actually kind of nice, but we don't really need these numbers, right? They're useless. So let's... No. So lead 17, is it the same as GPIO? Yeah, so we need to read this. This is a basic how it works, right? We need to read this. So to learn how the Python works. Oh my god, Callie fell asleep. Come on. Let's see. you get to do this, and you can't see it. Not that it matters very much. So it's not like it matters. It's not a secret password. It's one of those medium ones. Nothing important in there. So first of all, we're still live on the machine, right? That's the worst command when you already had Ellis delayed, right? So we're on this. So let's make their Python and cd Python, and it's empty, of course, because we haven't created any files yet. So let's do like nano. Let's not just do test 1, test 2, test 3. Let's do pen out, pen and 22, right? .py. So this one will do something with pin 22, and I'm thinking we could change the value to 1010 or something, because just put it into 1, that's what it's already at, right? Or rather it's at 0. You can see 0 here. So if you just put it to 1, that wouldn't be a lot. But this is the whole reason we have this. So we're actually going to start with just getting stuff from the notes, because we already copied some code here, and I can see how this works. So this is kind of similar to what we want to do, kind of exactly similar. So we import GPIO 0 and time. And let's instead do LED 22, right? And LED on, LED off, sleep. It's very, very, very crazy simple. Only we don't have a LED there for now. We only have a multimeter listening. So we're saving it, and I guess we run it, right? And I will know if Python even works. I don't know if we need to run Python 3. Let's do which Python. Let's see. So I guess we do Python, and we know it is 3, and then we do like Control C, right? No. It is stopped? Yeah, I think it is that you do to stop it. So I don't think it stopped. So quit. Yeah, you do quit parenthesis or Control D. Control D is the thing. Yeah, I'm like Control C. That's like background stuff. That's not what I wanted. So now let's just do Python and our whatever I called it. So Python out tab, and look at the multimeter.
You need sudo to access GPIO, if I remember correctly.
No, it's actually working. So it's possible that there are some... Right, we were in the GPIO group as this user. That's why. The default user is this user, and it was in the GPIO group. So I don't know if you can see, but we have it switching every second now. So it's working fine. So we can see the value is switching.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the first time I have ever used this. actually the cable, the connector on the Raspberry Pi. So I'm very happy that it was this very crazy simple to do it. So now we're going to instead put a LED on there, right? So let's stop the program first. There. And now it's stuck on 0.158. So it's kind of like oopsie doopsie. So let's again look at the board, and we're gonna change stuff. So welcome in, Arduku. And that's just a multimeter saying, I've been on for a long time, don't forget me. So I'm gonna just preview this so I can see it too. I should have one screen with just a preview, that would be nice. So here can we see our pin 22 that we're using as an output. Just go into the multimeter. But now we're going to put a cable in here. So it is still live, but it just has 0.1 volts, right? So what color is this? Maybe the other one is blue. Maybe we shouldn't use purple. Let's do a yellow one. So see if I can manage to. There, yellow. So let's put the yellow cable here in the other one. There. So this. So I did have more resistors on this board, if nothing else. Yeah, so I stole one of them. Let's just go and get more. So here, instead of like killing my own old thingy, oh look, we got more stuff here. So I already stole like everything from this. So let's steal this thing too, and let's steal the lead too. We could steal the cables too, I guess, if we want to. But we already had some cables. So these were kind of odd LEDs. Alright. So they're very short legs. But they don't like look cut. They're just short. So, I should really make more like the ones I have put here. Which has, I've just put a resistor in there. So you can just plug it in easily. So we have the button there we're going to use. Now let's put the LED next to it. And let's do kind of the same thing as we did here. But this time we put the LED. Let's see, the lower leg is to the right. The shorter one. And let's also look again so you can see it's flat on that side. So if the legs were cut, we could still see which side is which. So this side, we put the resistor again on this side, right? So let's see if we can push this in now. I need the pliers because it just went bent. I should buy fatter leg resistors. So let's see if I can plug this in now. Holding it like this. So there, and it goes. And as this was to the minus side, oh my god, it is on the side of the there. Sorry. So it doesn't matter where, as long as we put it in the black one, right? So just two thin wires in these. And that one is also much higher than the other. So what we need to do now is to put our yellow wire here, the yellow one that comes from the pin, on this side. And we could have put this on the other side. It wouldn't have mattered, except we would have to turn this one around if we wanted the plus to be on this side, right? But we could have put the resistor between instead of the yellow wire as well, if we wanted to. It doesn't matter. This doesn't have any directionality either. It's just the LEDs, and it's a diode. That's why. Light emitting diode. That's the name. So I'm just getting all the data if someone doesn't know, you know. So now we have the yellow one. It goes still to the multimeter too, but it also goes to the LED. Right? So if we now just run the program again, so let's just focus a bit there. The button is not doing anything yet, it's not connected. We just have a blue wire going to nowhere. So it's going nowhere. I'll actually unplug it there. So, so if I show you my right screen right now, we're having the preview problem there. So let's run it again. No code change. We're just going 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. That's all right. And we could actually have the microscope up there too. So let's start the program. There. So, is it running? It is going. It is going kind of quickly. So now I'm thinking, what did I do wrong? Because let's check, because it's not lighting up, right? So it might be that I did something wrong. I can't see though. Oh, now I actually do see that it is lighting up on the camera, but for my eyes I can't see anything. So it is working, it's just too much resistance. So yeah, I can see it when I look carefully. So we should have a lower resistor. If we were going to use this, we would have to lower the resistance for that one. So, but as you can see it, I think it's okay. We should change it just to do it. Whatever, let's just continue. So the next step, right, is to not just have it blinking, but let's have it listen to the button input, right? Let's do that. So let's actually look there at what we had. So do I want to move the microscope? Let's get it out of the way so I can actually see my screen. So we had these were the basic examples, and we could also see here that there was a button one, right? So let's get a button. We need to select a pin to put the blue cable into. So I probably need the microscope again, right? So first of all, I need the preview. I need it. I should have a fourth monitor, or I'm like blind here. So we're going to put it here, and I've already explained this why, and we have measured the value as we push the button. So if you missed that, you can just go back and watch it. And now we're going to select a pin where we'll connect this. So, well, let's do like 26. Right, so we have a 26 here. And let's see if I can reach. So currently, really before I connect stuff, I should really, so it's low voltage, but still I want to, and now we have drawing mode here again for my preview. So we should have stopped the program, right, first, and now let's edit it. So we're going to add the button. So button equals button bottom. And what did we do? What's the number? I can't see. Damn. I'm blind. I'm blind. I need the preview. 26. I should have like remembered that, right? So 26. There. And then we have to not just make it blank, right? We want to do while true. Oh my goodness. Well, that's the way. Let's do spaces instead. So button. No, we don't want to use that. So there's lots of functions for button, and I remember that. So let's go back to the information about the button is an input, and input devices here. Let's go to the button class and see what we have. We have pin, pull up. Also, we could read the value of this. And we can still print stuff to our command line to get data about it. It's interesting to see what the default is, right? So it seemed to be default for different pins, different defaults. So bool or known. So it's true, false, or known. And maybe known means different things for different pins. So we'll have to get a list of that too. So active state, bounce time, hold time, hold repeat, and pin factor. These are the parameters. And let's see what we have more. We have functions here. Wait for press or methods. Wait for release. Hold repeat, hold time is held. So here we have a property is held when true the device has been active for at least hold time seconds. Yeah, this is nice. So we can assume that the default value is kind of good, right? Because otherwise we'd have to set everything for every time. So is held, is pressed, turns true if the device currently active and false otherwise. So is pressed is the current one. This one has a bit, it has to be been held for a bit. The property is usually derived from value. Unlike value, this is always Boolean. So property pin. The pin that the device is connected to. This will be known as the device has been closed. Property pull up. If true, the device, I'm now looking for the other one. There's no pull down. Pull up worth is set to pin to high by default. Property value returns 1. I can see no pull down, in other words, here. When held, the function to return on the device has remained active for hold time seconds. This can be set to a function which accepts whatever. I don't need to read all. When held, when pressed, when released. So these are like events, kinda. But I just want to know if it is pressed. So is pressed is what I want to check. So we want to make an if here. To click. So if button dot is pressed, yeah, So there. Sleep. And we always set it off. So it will only turn it on when we press the button, but then it will turn it off after a second. And if we're still holding it down, the button is pressed, then it will keep blinking. So if we release it, it will just go off. So if we were to do this one, if it will just freeze at the current state, it could stop it on too, right? So that should be okay. So it is property is pressed, it's not a function, and it is always a Boolean value, so it's true or false. It can't be known. We don't have to check for anything else. So if we run this now, and we should probably have the microscope not on my floor, but on the thing. So let's look at this and move this a bit away so we can see better. And let's actually make this a bit bigger, right? This is like the main thing. We want to see what he does. And I also want to see because I might not see with my eyes. So, if we run it now, button is not defined. Oh, right. So I didn't change the import statement. So we need to add a button. There. So nothing is happening, but when I click the button, I think it should blink probably. No? So I don't even remember if I finished connecting everything.
It was blinking.
It was blinking. But it was maybe... There it's on. Yeah.
You press it.
Okay, so there it's blinking. Oh, so it's blinking when I'm not pressing it. Right. So what did I do in the code? Let's look. Do we want to abort the program? Yeah, let's just do it. I'm not gonna do another SSH just to be able to look at the code without stopping it. So if button is pressed, LED on. So to me this sounds like if the button is pressed, we turn the LED on, right? So is pressed. And now I'm like, how many equals do I do in Python? So is it 2? And Python has uppercase, right?
You should turn off the LED at the start of the program just so you know the initial state.
Yeah, sure, we can start it off. Oh gosh, yeah, so I don't know the copy commands
because
for...
maybe you stop with the LED on.
Yeah, but doesn't matter really, right? As it's still going always off here in the true loop. There's just a second before it would turn off anyway. So it wouldn't matter. So we need to Pythonify the white space there. So we're saving and we're running it, and it's supposed to be off. And if I manage to push the button, so now it's doing it the way I wanted it. When I push the button, it's blinking. Only true and false is wrong for me. So let's explore this. So the default state of this is somehow not the right one. So we can see here what is blinking. The default state is 0. and this is the LEDs. So let's move it to the blue pin. And since I have this on the microscope, let's go here. And let's plug this in here. So we can see that this is indeed 0, right? So meaning it should be false in my mind. But maybe it depends on what pin it is, and like some pins have 0 as true. Or rather like, yeah. So the default state is false. Or the default state is 0. When I click, we get a 1. If you can see that, it's 3.3 volts. And it's blinking. And if we look at the code, which I can't do at the same time, unfortunately, we can always cat it. So we can see it at the same time. So let's board it. And let's look at the code. So now I added a false. Instead of button is pressed. So if button is pressed is false, then LED on. So we got it backwards. But it might be that pin 26 just behaves this way. But shouldn't it know that and change it in the code? So that button is pressed is actually... Yeah, so we could change this by just changing here what the values are. And then the code would fit. But I still want true to be 1, right? So it's just a tiny quirk that's nothing to do with us really. That's just how it is. So what's next? What do you want to do? What should we do now? So we know that we can use servos. We might not have the chip to do analog to digital. So I'm a bit surprised that we probably can't do analog to digital like built in on this. We need a chip. And when I checked it was like $4. So it's not like $0.2. So you just buy a bunch. Right. Yeah, we can always look at their examples, right? And see if there's anything interesting to do. We can look at their basic recipes and advanced ones. So you're looking at my floor currently with the microscope. So. So we had the output, the input, and here's the recipes. So we just skipped ahead of it, right? They're putting a LED on a pin with a resistor. And this is the first example they had in the first page for GPIO 0. So they didn't have any more there. Alternatively, LED blink. Oh, look, there's an actual blink. Maybe we can even give it a interval here. So variable brightness light. Okay, yeah, the PWM. We wanted a PWM, right? So instead of it going on and off, we want to PWM it. Let's add PWM, only we don't want this. 0, 0.5, 1. What do you think? Pulse, LED pulse. Yeah, let's just add another if. So we now change it to PWM LED. And there's special pins that are PWMs, so we need to change it.
You can add
If we go to our notes,
for some 5 seconds if you hold the boot on for 2 seconds.
Okay, add a special functionality like that. Right, we could do that. And we could do that without programming it intensely ourselves. We can use the functions that are built in. But what I'm thinking now is that we need to check which pins are the PVM ones. So you have PVM on 12, and we have PVM, I'm assuming 17 or whatever they had, right? They had PVM LED 17. So since these are set PVM, I think there was another one here, 13. So this one, 12 and 13 are PVMs. The other ones are not. So what if we do PVM 17 as they do? Or PVM 22? So let's try and just say that 17 is a PVM LED. I would never have tried that myself if we didn't have another number than these. Because I believe this. It's a stupid thing to do, probably. So, there's also a pause here. So we could use these commands. I was just going to replace the code. Should we have another one? We can put another LED. I have millions of LEDs. Well, not millions, but thousands, okay? So, I think I have some stuff easily available here. So... let's get another color. That's a green one. So ugly stuff here. So green LED. And we need another resistor. Did I have another one here somewhere? Yeah, so we could always get input from this too. But we'd need analog in for that. So now I want to check all my chips. It's not impossible, you know, that I'd happen to have one. So I think this is, these chips are from like some kind of kit. And the analog to digital converter is not impossible. So, but if it were to be the right one, that might be a bit hard to know. So, let's just focus a bit. So I don't remember all the numbers, you know. But I think I'd recognize the one we were talking about. So I'm not gonna check all of them, just the ones here, because it'd take all day. I should have like an inventory. So there were also the 4-pin ones. Oh, 455 there. And another one. So those we can have fun with too. Oh. Okay. Also we could play with audio, but let's see. Here's some resistors. So let's stay with the same. So here I have a lot of buttons, the ones that I've soldered these on. So if we wanted more buttons, we could just take these. So I'm thinking, let's not use these resistors. I'll just go and get it. Unless we have something very easily accessible here. So more of the buttons, but those I haven't soldered or put the shrink tube on. Look. So since we had a few more stuff here, we could look at these two. Oh, that's a pick. A 628. Those are fun. What's this? I can't put it low enough. I wouldn't be surprised if we use... No, not another 555. So... we could do like also like digits, one of these. That could be fun. I'll just go get some resistors. Another room. I think that's nicer. And also, I'm curious if it has like sensor stuff built in. But I guess most of these are analog, right? So this is not really at all the thing for that. We need digital data, meaning more advanced things than just a simple sensor without any logic. Oh, that's too bad, really. By the way, this is the most scratched part of my table. So didn't change anything, but a bit of it, right? The zoom. Right, I have this too. Oh, nah. Let's keep the Arduino intact. I'll go and grab something else. Let me just consult my resistor list. And this, I think these are actually, are they the same? No, they're not the same. Oh, so that's why this one is so low. I just assumed that I had them on the board with LEDs, you know? But I just grabbed something, probably. So that's 330, I think. But let's confirm, since I actually made notes on this recently, right? I put in my notes my little favorite image that I had on my desktop. And we have it under, not under hardware. So I should sort this up too. But components, resistors. So here we have our little 3, and the brown for the 0. Oh, a calculator. So I'll have to add that to my links, I guess. But I'm kind of happy with the image.
Online calculator tongue.
Yeah. So if we do here orange, brown, we'll say 330. Do we have to click to calculate? Oh no, I got selected yellow. I totally failed this. So brown is there. It's on.
TMKVK says, I learned the color code in my head. They are not that hard.
So I've used these since I was in like 8th grade. And I still don't remember them. So I don't think there's much chance of me ever doing that. So I kind of guess, you know, I said 330, but I didn't trust myself, right? So I'll just get the box where I have the 100.
Just follow them like the rainbow.
So, wish my kids would want to learn this. I think actually I have a lot of exactly that value. So we can see the... I think I bought a roll of them maybe. So is this all 330s? I don't know. Let's look at the microscope again.
Since 95, but only took me 5 minutes to remember.
Yeah, but actually I had the interest since before that.
But I forgot the values after a few weeks. Smile.
Yeah, I've learned them several times, and I do this at work too, and I still don't remember them. So that's life. Alright, I have a lot of loose ones. So let's start with these that are just loose. And the bottom. So they seem to be like a bit random. So something desoldered. So orange, brown. I think that's the only one, but we only needed one. So
TMKDK says, I learned them, but I associate them with stuff that had the same color, like 3 sounds like tree, and they can kind of be like corn when you draw them on paper.
I guess the thing is that I don't care about remembering them. If I did, maybe I would remember them, you know? But I don't really have any reason to remember them, as it's just easy to look every time. So maybe it would be easier to just remember them, but I've never felt the need to. I've never felt the need to remember the resistor values. And I kind of know that it's black, brown, you know.
Or measure them.
Or measure them. Yeah, and it's kind of nice to measure them too. So I did, when we did this build, where is it? We built this on stream just a bit ago. And I checked the values.
SMD anyway.
Yeah, and those you don't have colors on. So, here. So, I checked the values and we got a wrong one. And I was like, I just, from reading it, you know, myself, I was like, this is not in the list, is it? I must be wrong, right? And it was 1,000 ohms. 1k ohm instead of 1 ohm. So this one is supposed to be 1 ohm. And now the tiniest one I had, was 10. Which is not good. Because it doesn't work. So I was thinking we should build this on a breadboard and try it instead. So we can build the same thing on a breadboard and see if we can make it work. So that's like a $1 or $2 AliExpress project probably. So you can't expect much.
5% is easy.
5%. Yeah, the blue ones are harder to read in the colors. I actually have a very cool image of that. I think I put it... Did I put it in here? So, the red and the orange and the brown with the blue, it's like impossible, right? Impossible. So, we're gonna put another LED. And I guess we use a microscope again, right? So instead of watching the dust between my keys, let's move over here. And let's put another LED next to this. And we can compare this here. See? Oh, yeah, this one had a different value. So It is a different value and it is also lower brightness. But since I only saw one, I could have gotten one from the papers, but you know. So this one is actually a bit sturdier and I can actually push it down. By the way, should we put it close by, right, so we can see it all? So let's just put it a few pins away. There. And then I think this still has its legs, the right length. Kind of short. But let's just confirm that we have the flat side there of the lead by the short leg. So we know that we're supposed to put it this direction. So let's just see, that's the short one, right? Short one towards minus. So now you should be able to see all three things, is my hope here. And if I also up a bit, you can see all things in the camera. So we need another wire too. We have yellow and blue. Let's do green. It should be visible, right? So green with a green lead. I didn't even plan that. So should we do one of the PVMs? I'm kind of feeling we should do one of the PVMs for this one, since it's why? So it was hard to push down for some reason. Well, this is a cheap breadboard. I think it was probably the wire. Whatever, that worked fine. So now we go into one of the PVM ones, and I'm just gonna look at this again. Where's the notes? Right, should I put like this in my links? So this is the original one. I don't think I'll ever use it because it's easier. It was harder to click those things than to just calculate it in your head. Right? Let's skip it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't see the use. We want to go here. We want to check the 12 and 12 and 13. So let's go 13 so we can have them all on the side here. So 13 we'll use. I'm just currently looking for, here's 22, here's 26, and we have 13 here. So it's just 2 steps from the blue wire here. So the blue one is a bit bent. I took a too long wire here. So 2 steps on 13 there. So let's put this green one over here. On 13.
Electrodroid is also a smart way to calculate the resistor and other stuff. I mostly use it for pin connection.
Electrodroid, I don't know what it is. Is it a URL? So when I started with this, internet didn't exist. At least not like for normal.
Yeah, an app.
Oh, it's an app. Yeah, so I actually have an app for resistors too. If you want to, you know. So this one is green. It doesn't look green. Oh, I turned the light off. I know why. It's because right, look there. It's lighting up. Let's actually close it down again. So this is just a reflection, so it's hard to see if they're on. It's hard to see if they're on there. So the program is not on. There. I kind of recognize it, but it could just be that it's so many apps called Droid, and Electro sounds like a nice name, right? But I have the photo resistors and you see it, but they're not very good. It's safer to do it yourself. And you can't really measure it if it's in a board. So, or you can't. So power is still on here. I'm like, what was I doing? I'm having the preview on, so we can't see a thing. Let's add stuff now. So I'm adding them in number, and we're calling this PVM LED, right? Equals, and I have to check what the thing was called, but it was PVM LED. And then we had the function pulse, then pause, import pause from signal. There's a new thing. So now I'm very curious what signal pause affects. If it affects both LEDs or only the PVM. I'm kind of thinking the PVM, but you never know, right? So let's put these in our code now. So, oh my god, I clicked space and it just hopped the page up. I have no idea where on the web page I was. Yeah, so it hopped actually up. Camera, yeah, so.
Says, I think you can use sleep instead of pause.
Yeah, so we already use sleep, but pause will probably switch the blinking, automatic blinking off. So you see that the LED class has a blink function, right? That's automatic, and the PVM LED, let's see here, it has pulse. So I'm thinking we just start the pulse and then we pause the pulse. Probably. Because it's in the signal. Right? So this will be interesting to see what happens. So first we need to import it if we want to use it. But let's type finished first. PVM LED. And we did put it on 13, right?
TMKDK says, there are many ways to do it.
Yeah. Have you used this? Or are you just playing around with the thoughts of it? So let's get from signal import pause. And it was lowercase. And this is uppercase. And this is like first. It's not logic to me, right? It's bad naming. But it's kind of cool still. So now we'll just add, let's invert it, let's put an else here, and let's do LED dot not LED, PVM LED. PVM LED dot pulse. There. And there almost ended up being a semicolon and a line. I'm trying my best here. So we don't know what pause does. So this is interesting. So what does pause do? Will this be inverted? These two, and we're gonna remove the false because I put the LED on. So it's supposed to pulse when we don't hold it. When we don't hold it, when we start it, the green one is just pulsing. And then when we press it down, the red one is blinking. Okay? With the manual. And we could also put this LED off in here. But let's just try this for now. We don't need to change that to make it in more complicated. Not that it's complicated, but just checking for syntax errors and forgotten colons. There. I'm sure I would make one of those, right? So Python, PVMlet not defined. Yeah, so I didn't import it. So we need to add it to the list. LED, PVMlet. There. And then we run it, and the green one is pulsing. So will it stop when we click the button? Will the whole program pause? What will happen? So it's all paused. The execution is paused. Nothing more is happening.
The red turned on.
Yeah, because it turns on first. So, yeah, you can still see the screen. So if we abort the program and we look at the code, so when we did pause here, we turned the LED on first, and then it paused the whole program, meaning this was still pulsing, and we just have to set something else in the PVM LED to stop it first. So you can watch my floor there while I actually need to see the screen. So we need to unpulse it instead, and we look at output and search for PVM LED and check the functionality of this, or the methods really. So off, on, blink, pulse. There's also time options here. Background. Toggle the state. Off, on. So I guess that off is what we want, right? So if we go back here and we replace our pause, which paused the whole thing. So we don't want this. Let's just delete this. And this was just a test because it was in the program. We could have kept the parentheses. And let's go off here instead. So now it shouldn't pause execution. But now we know the signal pause means. It's just froze. And I probably could have clicked the program. Like, this is not intended as I have to be in the terminal and click stuff, right? I want this background. So Control SX. And there. So we're back at the right spot and we're running the program. And it's pulsing very nicely with the PVM. So the next thing we do is to switch the values, right?
If you want toggle, you can also do LED equals LED with the syntax for the compiler you use.
Okay, isn't it LED value? Wouldn't it be LED value? Because LED is the whole object, right? And LED is actually with a capital L. We didn't call it that, but it doesn't matter. So let's just continue. We're gonna click the button and see what happens. So holding the button, it's paused again. Oh, so I must have called it the wrong name. I'm not used to Python like this.
It is WebLink. TMKDK says.
Yeah.
The LED include the value.
Oh, did I do only off? Oh my god. Yeah, of course. So did I just do off? Oh, it's because of the pause, right? So I just replaced what was there. I didn't think of this. PVM LED dot. So there, and you can just suggest if you don't have to check before. So now we click. And this is blinking. And then we release it. And we have the nice pulse again there. Oh, I like that pulse. It's pretty.
Nice.
So the question is, it finishes a pulse every time, right? So if I click in when it's on the top, it goes to the bottom first. So pulse actually means do a full pulse. It doesn't mean keep pulsing, right? So we could really remove the pausing from there, probably. But it could also be that there's a 1 second delay. So 1001. Yeah, so 1001.
The green is pulsing.
Yeah, but I'm thinking when it's aborting. Yeah, I think it finishes a pulse every time. Even if I click it just when I released it, you know? So we don't even see the green yet. So I'm thinking its function, it's or the method pulse, it's not like asynchronous. It doesn't go parallel with our code. It's pausing the code execution and doing its thing. And I think that's what it is doing. Let's make the pauses like very short. So let's change it. So sleep 1. I don't like when it's not milliseconds. Why is it milliseconds?
Yep, as long as the if statement is true, it will do that and go out of the if statement after.
So we'll probably not even see the blinking there. But it's just to make sure that the pulse is not aborted. I don't think it is. So if we run this now, and the pulse is going very quickly there too. Nice. That actually means something. And we can't really see the difference now. So this means that it's not. It's actually running our code, right? So let's now increase it instead. So let's change it. First of all, this is the first time I tried this. 0.1 worked nice. So let's do 3 now instead. And explore how this works out. So it does several pulses in the same speed as when we had 1. So if I just click it in the middle of there, 1001, there's 2. So one, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm too quick. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Well, it's hard to say. But obviously the pulse has the same length now, right? So we didn't really affect that. Was it before it actually aborted it, right? So when we put it on 0.1, when we turn the pulse on, and then we turned it off again, or we waited 0.1 here, and we got to the next turn, it started the pulse again, and it started the pulse, and it started the pulse, and it started the pulse. So it is asynchronous. We know now. That's nice. But 1 was getting a nice value. So what's the next thing we do? Or rather, we could have that up. What do you want to do now? Did I say something more we could test? So we only have digital in. Yes, I think this is actually digital. I thought it was analog, but I think it's digital. So I wonder what it can do by itself without, you know, us adding stuff. Let's look at more examples, right? There was examples.
Humidity sensor.
Yeah, temperature and humidity. So if we just look at this, here we had sensors, you know, it had line sensor, pin line sensor, infrared proximity sensor. So what is this kit? So if they mean this, we have that. We can get one of these from the box. If they mean this thing, I don't know. So this isn't IR, is it, right? Come on. So yeah. So I don't know if we have this, but we might. So we see a little ship there. So it's probably digital. So here's the ultrasonic distance sensor. Line follower sensor. That's an odd thing to have it integrated. Is that what they're talking about? Line sensor? Okay. Yeah, so then it's probably this thing then. So there's probably LEDs and photoresistors in these or something to follow a line. That's not a good thing. We don't want to do that anyway. Motion sensor. So let's look at this. So I probably have lots of kinds of those. So Raspberry Pi any version, keyboard mouse. Oh, this is what you need except for the kit. Temperature light. Sensing movement. So if we click sensing movement, oh, they're giving us code. No, it's a PDF. Okay. This kind of thing. 3 leads. So
First sensor.
I'll look in my drawer. Let's see. So we have lots of stuff. So I don't think anything in this one. Oh. So I probably just have a bigger one of those. We have lots of different thingies. And I know some of these say digital. And lots of them have ships, right? So this shouldn't be just analog. And it can't do analog. But I'm still like, every time I think of it, it's like, what? It's like the tiniest processor has that. Yeah, so we have, I don't think we have that. I think these are just 555s. Yeah. Gosh, I can't read. Oh, max 3232. Okay. This is 80 tiny 85s. So, nothing in those at least. Yeah, so I'm very surprised. Why doesn't it have that? It's very odd to me. You know? Why? Why? So, let's see if we can find anything else. I might have something in the other room. Yeah, exactly. But this is like in between. So you have this header with the cable, you know, or the pins, so you can connect stuff for being like low level. So we can't do that. Let's close these down. Then what's next? Light sensor. So yeah, so we have capacitors. LDR.
You can buy an ADC or ask for a sample.
Yeah, they had even a ship name, so we looked at it before, but it was less like $4. So it's not like I will get 20 of them just to have. This glass repeatedly charges the capacitor. The time of reduction change will vary according to the light falling on the LDR. Let's give me an image of it. Why didn't it have an image? So I guess we will copy this and we will search, and I want an image. Dude, where did you get that idea from? No, but I want to have more than one at least if I kind of break it, you know. Right, so they just mean, okay, yeah. So, but I was thinking analog, but this we have, right? We have it with a conversion. This is one of the things that I said, that we have a chip here, so this must be digital. So I'll go back to the boxes. They're not being put away. And let's see. So I do need the glasses for this. So where did I put them? Right here, just behind the mic. So in the shadow of the mic. So not that box. I think it's the next one. Maybe it was that one. Oh my god! No, this headphone died. So please tell me more about that when I can hear again. So I can probably hear again. So let's see here. So let's touch. So they have the same layout for several things, and they just change what's in the front here. And that's why I have to go through these. So here's a different one with a different thing. So, and here's the same design, but with a speaker on it or a mic. And the same design, but with a like this thing. So moisture sensor. So I feel blind. Let's look at my little notes. So yeah, those are Hall sensors.
Some analog this switch at some point, like a thermostat you can use in comparator.
Yeah, but you want the analog values in, right? That's the reason why you have an analog sensor. You don't just want like on off. So we could just so this kind of says do this or nothing, right? And we don't want to do this or nothing. We want to do lots of stuff. But maybe maybe the Raspberry Pi is not the real good thing for this. We could just put the ESP in instead and we would have better. So flame sensors. Here's laser emitters. Yeah, so I see no... They're somewhere. There are somewhere. Maybe they were in the first spot, so I haven't looked at that again yet. So... I feel blind. Where is it?
FPGA do also not use that because it is only gates.
FPGA. So FPGA what? These are like motion sensors. So I'm sure I've seen those, you know. I'm sure I've seen those. Here we have digital temperature too. So this is a digital temperature, for example. So I have like everything but those, it feels like. But maybe I do have them somewhere. Maybe. But not right there. So... So now I won't find the glasses next time I need them. Yeah, so I can see like a converter here probably, and this and something to trim the setting, right? But I only have this. I don't have any shift connected to it. So we'd have to desolder the other ones and hope that the analog convert DC the converter here works without the thing. So let's continue the list. Distance sensor, and now we're probably there. So let's do this. It's the easiest way, right, to find things. So we want images. I clicked images, and now we got this one. Yeah. So I even kind of recognize the name because it's all over them. Because they're big enough. So let's see if we can use this link since it had, yeah, we had to fix the cable before. Hello. So my kid's knocking, just a sec. Yes, Mom. Oopsie. So my kid came and said good night, which is good because he's getting to bed in good time. Well, better than me. It's past midnight. How did that happen? So now I see the differences here. So let's grab one of them. So something we have, and that's very easy to find. It's not like a million similar ones. So, and this actually has 3 ships.
You can always use an Arduino to consert an analog and send it over by SPI or UART.
Yeah, but then I could use the Arduino for everything, or rather use an ESP instead, right? So, microscope. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Let's... Maybe I zoom too much here. I just want to preview. There, and now I can see it. And there. And I'm gonna hop back to the page. yeah, right, here's where we just search quickly for these. And when I did, I didn't even know which one it was, so here. So now we actually have a hardware component that works, right? But let's hop back to the microscope so that I can check the pins. So I think I'm probably gonna take an image of this, right? So let's screenshot this.
Analog processing takes time. That why most processor for video output have it as extern.
So the chip doesn't even have any text. So there's 3 of them on this one, and only one is name. No, we're not gonna read this. Too much electronics. So there. I think I took the screenshot. Let's see if we can paste it. So, and I will have to like get up tomorrow, so this is good enough. So there.
Cool.
Let's just remove this. And let's check this out. Extend smooth input device, and we have this in our notes here. So input devices, here's the ones they had, and this is where I feel like this is not a lot of them, right? So it's obvious that this is not the optimum device for input.
Before going to bed, so it will be at you seen.
Yeah, so I ordered from AliExpress, so it will take maybe 1.5 weeks at least before it gets here anyway. So I don't think that would make much difference. We'll see. So we could hop over there. But I'd like to compare a bit and see if there's like, maybe you can get 3 for cheaper. Yeah, but they would probably cost 100 Swedish crown instead of 30. So it's, or maybe 150, right? Or maybe 200. So I saw when I was looking for like, I got a mail about a Christmas sale, and I clicked it and I was like, oh, so a Arduino Nano costs like 250. I'm like, okay, how much are those on AliExpress? So when I bought mine, before they increased the postage fees, they were like, well, this price. But this is probably a lot of freight for this. So, but you still can get them kind of cheap, right? So at stores, they take so much extra.
Not only the chip.
I know. No, the chip is not it. So this is on my Arduino, right? So no, that's the wrong board. This is the Arduino. So I have several of these Arduinos. So let's do there instead. This is the Arduino. The Arduino is not the chip. Arduino is the layout of everything.
Dooku says, that is the Admiral.
Yeah. But it's an Arduino on a breadboard. So you have
Admiral is the chip.
Yeah. So the chip. So let's see if we hop back to the microscope. So here you can see.
My first Arduino I got from Sweden because Denmark did not have them yet that time.
Oh, okay. So here you can see the Atmega 328. And as I said, I had a few tiny ones here in the box. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong box. So the cool things about the @megas and the @tinies. So here, let's see. So this is 1885, and it's kind of the same thing, only if you need a lot of output pins, a lot of memory, or if you just need a few pins, right? So it's very nice that it's so flexible. So, but this is the one that's on the Arduino, on the like common ones. But let's continue. We have this up here now, right? So before I have to go to sleep, because I have to go soon. So let's go back. I was just checking the current price.
Even with PWM for LED.
IO extender even with PWM. IO extender. So I've used like shift registers, but those don't do PWM. Let's go back here. The distance sensor requires 2 GPIO pins, one for the trigger, marked trig on the sensor, and this is why we have the image, right? So we know which one is trig, and another for the echo, marked echo on the sensor. However, a voltage divider is required to ensure the 5 volt from the echo pin doesn't damage the Pi. Wire your sensor according to the following. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking, I don't think that I'm awake enough, really, for another project. When I realized we're closing up to 1 AM here soon, and I'm a bit tired. I'll have to go run components and put this. But let's do this next time, right? So maybe Monday. This is our next project, right? So is there a link for this? Let's copy this link and let's put a continue here, right? So that's the link, and let's actually copy the header too. So distance sensor test project. All right, and we're going to do this next thing to do, right? And this is here, it is ready. I'll just put it on the board somewhere so that we'll probably want the cable to this so we can do other stuff with it, right? Not just have it pointing to this. So we can actually see some values.
School AliExpress takes often 2 months here to get here.
Oh, okay. So I ordered some things last week and it's already arrived, so it's kind of quick. I have 2 things waiting for me at the post office. It's not like I buy a lot of stuff on there. Lots of cheap stuff, right?
Maybe it was with an EU, then it takes shorter, but that is pretty rare.
Okay. So for me it's not that rare. 2 months, I haven't seen that in 10 years. I don't know.
Duku says.
Yeah.
AliExpress usually
2-3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah. That's probably good.
I am also in DK.
Yeah. So I haven't seen 2 months. Maybe it's just one company.
I often buy from Mel Supply.
Okay. I don't know. It's probably a Danish company. Maybe. So what do you think about time? Okay, so I'm kind of going to look at what tabs we have up and checking a bit of data before we stop. So here I was just looking at what is the MCP. Okay, in Denmark. So yeah, so I was debugging the SSH when it was the wire, right? So I put a new connector on, a new RG45 with an actual plastic thingy to hold it in place, and now it's not falling out again. It was worth the time, right? So here we just have a few images, but let's see what this is. I just clicked a few of the images to get, but I started with a one from actually Raspberry Pi, and we continued from there. We haven't needed to look anywhere else. So this is for an Arduino. We can accept those cookies. Okay. Yeah, so there's of course stars in Sweden, but they're usually, we have ElectroKit, for example. So this one, we have a lot of stuff. I think this might be where I ordered my pies. Yeah, Alpha used to be great, like 20 years ago. And you could just go pick up stuff in their storage shop. But now it's just a mess, it seems. Their page is a mess. Messy. I'd rather wait a bit from AliExpress.
Was where I got my Arduino from in Sweden.
Ah, nice. Yeah, so Raspberry Pi Pico 99. So let's just compare now. Raspberry Pi Pico from AliExpress, right? Maybe we can copy the name so I don't have to type it. I'll have to click it first. So we want to check this exact thing, and it should be short enough. Oh, this is annoying when that pops up. So 99, 112.
She stopped, so I have to get my component elsewhere.
Oh, old lady in the city. That's nice. So apparently this one was kind of good, right? So we can see here 85, but there's no freight charge here, and it will probably be expensive. Here's free shipping for 74, so it is cheaper here, right? But also if we click this, we don't know exactly if we're on the right one, so we have to click something to see.
She was also over 90 years before she stopped.
So actually this one seems to be more expensive than this. So maybe these actually, also there's like Christmas prices, right? On Black Friday these were doing like every day they lowered the prices for a certain number of products. So it got lower and lower and lower. That was kind of fun, though I didn't want to buy any of the things, so by the way, let's actually
the most common repair fix component, not for specialist hobby.
Yeah, so I bought before from Shell & Company, you know, that store, like kits of different random components, and lots of it I never used, and lots of it was just trash. So, like lots of different screens, and they had no ships, some of them, and just like pins, yeah, old stuff. But there were also like kit of capacitors, you know? And kit of, so it's more like normal things that you could possibly use. Let's search for this on ElectroKit, because it might actually, oh my, I failed to copy. So Control C. Yeah, I'm feeling I should go to bed before I try and put the components in the right place, not to burn the Raspberry Pi.
I looked on a Raspberry Pi distributor where they sold to find them in all EU.
So here you can see they're 55 in Sweden. If I just want to buy one, I probably have to pay freight too here. So it would cost 84, right? So if I buy one from here, let's click, let's do free shipping. And let's do kind of low price. Oh, it's these. That also means that I have other things that I might want to click on the same order. So here you can get them for...
almost run China price.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess if you have a low number of product, you could just buy like Arduinos. You can buy a lot of them kind of cheap. So we could buy 2 of these here, for example, and add something else. So I've got like, these could be Christmas presents for the kids. I don't think I need that. Actually, I think I have that already, so I don't know why I put it here. It just looks cheap. And we don't need that either. But this looked kind of cool. The only problem was it's only male. The females were out. So this looked like useful, right? So, but I would want both. Are they back in? Ooh.
They're also the other than DigiKey. It start with M.
Okay. So the problem with this thing is I can't search here, right? So you have to go and search. So if I click this, and I want this, and go to AliExpress, search it. If you have any tips for this, I'm happy. Maybe they're cheaper to buy this way anyway. But that thing with several,
Now
it's
they
usually
have a EU
cheaper.
site and a US site.
Yeah, so a lot of shipping here. Yeah, Mouser. So let's click a few of these so it knows we're interested in these, right? So we want to look at those. That's not what I want. Those are what I want. Can't find that page. So let's go back here now and update this page. And hopefully they will pop up. They did. So it's a bit of a mess to use that functionality. So I think I had the mail. Oh, where's the information? So add to pics and USB mail. So you ended up in my shopping here, and this one kind of looks like a female, but it's both. I don't think it's both actually, right? So, but if I order both of these alternatives from this one. Oh, so this one is 22 and this is 39. This is one piece of type A, male, female.
Like, to be lucky, not all chip works. They sometimes scam chip by removing number and put other number on top.
Yeah, so I'm thinking they're both. So that one is 1 and one is 2. And this is what I want. So when you're checking a cable that I was doing the other day, it's so much easier to have this. I used a solder connector and grabbed on with a hook to measure them. But if you have this, you can just attach the cable. Very nice. So definitely this one is going in my thingy. So let's remove the other one. This.
Also, often the component they sell it is often product component that have failed the test.
Okay, okay. I've never had any problems at all. Except for this one. I don't even know if I bought it though on AliExpress. But there was a wrong resistor. And if you buy like a robot kit for $10, or no, for like $2, and then the pins don't really fit in the wheels and you have to mess about, right? And maybe some components are a bit off. But that's because it's extremely cheap. If you buy like reasonable prices, then it's usually just good. I haven't had any problems with any like ships or anything like that. Never. Really. So I bought a lot of stuff from them. So 5 pairs, male, female.
Often they test in out of one lot, and if just one fail, they trash them all, and then China sellers sell them to buyers.
Oh, whatever. So, if that's your experience, that's sad. But that would kind of mean they're like bad people. I don't really think so. Though, it's of course, the quality is not as good on some things. Some other things are just, you know, people like in Sweden in the store, they have so many other things. They have to pay for the rent for the expensive store and things. Oh.
Fixerbot says,
welcome in.
S1 Ren official brought 23 friends to the party. Go drop them a follow.
Woo. Thanks for the raid. Now I can't stop. Now I have to continue, right?
TMKVK says, Dick. Translated from Dutch.
So, thank you very much for the raid, Siren. Thank you so much. And we have been playing with Raspberry Pi. And everybody follow Siren if you're not already. Great streamer. Great hacker. Yeah. So, we were looking a bit at AliExpress here. Kind of running off the stream, about to stop, and now I have to show you what we've been doing. So, we have got this Raspberry Pi here. This is a Raspberry Pi 4B with 8 gigs memory. We have this connected just to check the values here. So, it's on. We were going to do a project with this next time. Currently, we've been running this program. When I started, I didn't know how would we communicate from Raspberry Pi OS that I never run because I only run Kali on my Pis, and I just got this cable. So we've connected it yesterday here to the Pi through a little hole to this little board thingy with where we have all the pins here. Let's see. So we can zoom, so we can see all the connectors here very nicely. GPIO extension board. So, and we've been looking at this little project here. Let's move this up a bit so we can see a little more. So, focus. There. So, that's what we've been doing. So, we learned that there's this thing GPIO 0 for Python that's installed by default. And the default user also is a member of a group called GPIO that has permissions to do this. So we didn't do much. We just started Python. We first added a LED, and then we just checked the values with the multimeter to see that it changed the value. And then we added a button, and then we added also this PWM LED. So we just start here an infinite loop. We check if this button is pressed. And if it is pressed, actually this is like reversed, but that's the way it is. Then this will pulse. which is the PWM LED. And otherwise, if we're pushing it, this LED will blink because we're turning it off every time here. We're waiting 1 second. So we can just save this and run it again. And now we can see the pulse. It's a very soft, nice pulse. Right? And if we now push the button, we see this one doing a more digital blink. So 1 second. And we'll also see, depending on where I'm actually doing. Now I'm checking the value of the button, right? So let's check instead let's do the pulse. So we can see the values going up and down here. This is just a power LED. So let's put it on the other one that's more digital. So you can see I've been like explaining all the electronics, how it works, pull up and pull down resistors, all the things. If you want to go check the VOD later, it's also on YouTube. So let's click this now. So we have 0 now on this, and now we'll see this be more on off. There.
Trusty says, it would look cool on analog voltmeter.
Yeah, should we get one? I might have one, I don't know. I have an analog over there. Yeah, I do. I think so. Let's see. So there's like a knitting machine in the way here. Yeah. So, why not, you know? You mentioned it. It's a bit dusty. So this was my dad's. So, we could check this. So why not? I think I switched the cable because it was broken. Yeah, that's ancient. And I have an even more ancient just amp meter. So it's really cool. And they also have a power supply with the same age. But as it's just working, you know. So let's actually see. Was I right?
TMKDK says, all my analog meter is more for decoration, lol.
So I'm not sure now if this is actually a power supply or a meter. But it's probably power supply, right? When I'm thinking about it. Because it has both. Yeah. So we won't be able to read anything through this because it's, but we should get one.
I used them under my education.
Yeah. So I guess my dad did educate me. So I have a big there. I have a digital multimeter with the old numbers, you know, with this like light bulb tracks in it. That's very cool. So we could get that one, but it won't be as cool as a meter going this.
Trusty says, vacuum tubes?
There, it's a bit heavy stuff over here, and I don't want to drop it, but I can try. So I need to clean this out a bit. So, books. Books leaning towards this. And let's see if I can grab this. So, this is what I need.
But I still use my analog and digital oscilloscope because analog is just faster for something when you know what you are looking for.
So this is what it looks like. Kinda cool, eh? We could plug it in. So it's set to volts. And
Trustee, it says. That's cool.
yeah, it's really cool. I love this kind of cool stuff, especially if it works, you know. So one of the power supplies, the potentiometer isn't really working very well, so it's going when you turn it. So if you set it to something and then, so I'll have to see if I can find a replacement. But that's a cool project too. But that's the kind of thing that wears out, right? So it's not very odd. So this is probably older than me. So first of all, let's give it some power. And let's see, I think there's a AC-DC power switch. And there's on. So here we have AC and DC.
Fixerbot says.
DC
New
supply.
follower M3B7E. Less than 3.
So here we have 0 volts. And since we're just using these, we can just plug in. So I should probably pull these down because plus 1 k volts, check 1 volt. So let's just do plus minus. We're not doing 1000 volts. So
New follower Trusty 8. Less than 3.
thanks for the follows, guys. So what do you think? It's 0. Let's actually move the keyboard, right? Because we want to see this good. So keyboard can be a bit squiggly here.
Digital oscilloscopes should have a reset button, not an auto button, so you can reset after you had to measure some specific for next time you use it.
So now we can see the values changing here. Let's do the other one. That's actually pulsing automatically. So we can definitely see the difference between the digital and the analog one, right? So these digits are so cool. They're crazy. Right? So this is almost cooler than something going like this. I think so. I think so. So also, it's on 200.
Still digital, I see.
Yeah, it's digital. Yeah. So it says digital multimeter. And I can see the height changing. I don't know if you can do that. So if you look at it from the
I
side,
was thinking you was showing the scale.
can you see how the digits are in different heights? So, what do you want to do?
Trustee,
We could do something else.
I almost can smell it. Reminds me of school lol.
Oh, school. This kind of thing in school.
Some multimeter have a scale in the bottom.
Oh, yeah, so here's the scale on this one. So, 200 millivolts to 20. So I clicked it from 200 to 20 now, and it's changed. So I'm thinking if I put it on 2, we'll have it like this instead.
I mean,
So
scale.
yeah. So whatever. What will we do now? I guess that I will disconnect this again. But it was kind of cool to see that it still works. And we should get like, I'll have even more to clean up tomorrow. So another thing that we're doing, by the way, we're looking at this rotor, and we've collected USB to TTL here, and we've started it. We've managed to abort the boot process and started looking at stuff, but I haven't managed to find anywhere in memory where we can like read stuff out, because it says a memory address, and when we like dumped that data out, there was like nothing there. Maybe I just have to dump a lot, because this is kind of a new thing, and it's a lot of data, so I don't know how much it was. If it was, yeah, I don't remember. So it was kind of a lot. So we'll have to explore that one more and see. So otherwise, we've been doing Advent of Cyber earlier, doing a lot of different things. But it's always fun to play with electronics, because you actually, it's still building Legos, right? Of all these things. So, and we also have, see if I can not drop this. So we have, this is an ESP32 cam. So we're going to have to make like a program for it to put it somewhere, like by the door maybe, or whatever we want to do. And maybe we'll make some like smart home thingies. And then we have, this is another ESP. We have lots of them. And then, what else do I have? We have the soldering station here. Yeah. So I'll just put this somewhere safe. There. So, yeah, so I put it on the honeypot we're making. So it's just got Debian so far. So we're going to install, probably we'll do Teapot on it to start with, and then we'll see what happens from there too. It's like just a ready-built bunch of different honeypot thingies. So yeah. So maybe what should I do something more before I get to sleep? What do you think?
UHF generator IDF home was with radio tube that had to be calibrated every time I was planning to build in PLL, but I sold it before I got that made. The same model was even in the ALF TV show in the 80s.
Oh. Yeah. So calibrating things doesn't sound very fun. So this is still on, by the way. So maybe we should stop the program. What should we do as a like last thing? We were looking at AliExpress stuff. Partly I wanted like a few things. So we were looking for this. So MCP 3008, because this is an analog to digital converter, and the Raspberry Pi doesn't have that. And I'm like, what? Seriously, this advanced thing when everything else, all the tiny processors I have here. Here's an Arduino too. So they all have analog to digital pins, right? But the Raspberry Pi doesn't have that. So maybe we'll have to buy a few of these to play with too. And that's why I put 2 here. And then it's just stuff I already had in here. Yeah. We'll be checking through whatever I had up. So next time we're going to, I found one of the things that it actually could do.
I used my DIY 1 GHz counter to calibrate it.
Okay. Yeah, also I have a digital oscilloscope that we haven't used a lot, so should probably do that. What I was going to do first though is to make a ground connection on my radio just behind the desk, and pull a cable and fasten it here so I can just plug in ground for it. because it's kind of good to have, right? Just generally too, that we don't have outlets with ground in this house. So where were I? I was going to the notes. So next project, next thing to do with this. And here's the only sensors that it really has stuff for. So the GPIO 0 seems very cool, but it's also limited in this.
Ground and kitchen and bathroom.
Yeah. Ground in the bathroom. So those plugs we only in Sweden, we only have the 2, and it's like 110 instead of 230 volts there. So it's a special outlets. Anyway. So I'm thinking maybe we can use the output device, not these, you know? And instead of PWM LED, we can use PWM output device. Though there's a servo here too, that's kind of what I was thinking about otherwise. And here we only have these sensors, but smooth inputs in that device. Okay, yeah, so of course we have ground in some, right? So the special connectors, it's possible we have that. So like the heating for the house and stuff. I don't remember. And also, we definitely haven't connected to the box because you have to be an electrician to that, and made our own outlets in that room at all. So you know, we haven't done that, right? So on the other side of this wall, there's actually. Maybe we should just pull a wire through the wall for the actual stuff.
How to fix light switch or lamper without a face finder.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Don't you have like standards in Denmark that you have to have certain stuff? But maybe it's old houses. Like this, right? I don't think they will be allowed to. This is from the 90s. So that's why. It doesn't have ground. So let's actually take this one as an example. So I'm just trying to unplug the one. This is what they look like here. So we have ground on the sides here. So that was a digital multimeter. Very cool numbers. So even that was grounded.
The house was built in 72 and the standard was made in 70s, but maybe the electrician did not bear.
Maybe. Yeah. So these were just some examples. I'm kind of feeling finished, and for this project we need to let's click the link so I don't have to think, right? So we have to do a voltage divider and stuff, and I don't want to mess up because I'm tired and it's 1 AM, right? So what time is it? 0, 1, 1, 2. So I don't want to mess up and break my Raspberry Pi because of that. But I'm just too tired to put stuff in the right place.
Still running the ceramic fuse box.
Oh, there. Let's see. So what do you want to do? We can do something else. I don't want to wire electronics anymore because I'm too tired for that. It doesn't mean I can't do anything. I have unplugged this, but we can still shut down the machine. So
but no lightning protection
let's just.
PC died this summer because of thunder.
So let's shut the Pi down. No lightning protection. Oh yeah, but that's like I have a my cable. I've just got a a fuse in the cable thingy splitter. I think I have two actually. One that's just a box with a fuse, and then one in the splitter, or one of the splitters. A lot of cables here now. So I should probably like turn off the microscope, right? And desktop, and this is just our normal
Often they have all the
Kelly.
protection in the electric box outside, but sadly not this time.
So now it's sleeping.